Iktuma ibri kima kalati panishu. Shema inni edlutu Shema inni yashi Shema Shibut ani grabshi huluk Shema inni yashi Anaku anna enkidu Hasin ahia tuklat idia namsar shipia haitu shakoniya luba isanatia Sharu Lemnu Hitba Hitikmariashi Shanimduma Niru Shada Nisbatuma ala niyaru Mushalpitu humba Shaira kishti Eri ashbu Iktuma Ivri Kima Kalati Panishu
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Children of the Cup. I am your DMGM storyteller, whichever you'd like to call me, Forgotten Dreams, and I am joined by a lovely group of people, starting with Shannon, who's muted.
Hello, I'm Shannon, and I play Cassandra Safalthine Otoko, our lovely cousin and the newest member of this coterie.
All right, fantastic. Next up, we have Mel.
Hi, I'm Mel, and I play G-Meg.
Okay, Azzy.
Azzy Orasira, and I play Cecilia of Montfort, who is a Simish.
Last but not least, Seth.
Hello, my name is Foriel, and I'll be playing Ajala.
All right, fantastic. Well, a lot of things have happened, but not a whole lot last episode. So, before we get into the exact recap of what happened last episode, I would like to bring it over to Seth so that he can give you guys the viewer warning. And then we'll leave it all up to Azzy to take it away with the recap.
Well then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Children of the Cup. This is a vampire story. Vampires are not necessarily nice people, so we're going to all portray vampires, which make some nasty and sometimes very mean decisions. Some of the story subjects will be slightly sensitive depending on your preferences, I'm going to guess. If something gets a bit much or is a bit iffy for you, just take a break, as in there's no shame in it. Also, please don't hold it against the players. We are all telling a story here and we are portraying characters, so do please hold it against the characters. They deserve every bit of it.
Absolutely. There you go. Okay. Azzy, take us away.
All right. Well, last time, Chimeg got out of the crypt she was in, and hid. It was during the day, but she took herself. She went closer to the city and dug herself down, waiting for night. I don't know who Cassandra was talking to, but she was talking with another guest that was going to come to the party. And we also learned that Sophie will join the party, as well as Safikiel. My character went and talked to Alexis, and for an exchange of I will fix cigars for him, he would fix information about the barley and the Athenian herbs. And Alexis will also go to the party. Everyone in the city seems to go to the party if you are important, is what we learn. I bought some wooden swords, but more importantly, when I got back to when everyone got back and actually talked at Painted Lady, there were some gifts that had been left. I don't actually remember where they came from, but those clothes from Shimeg. It was a necklace to Adjala, and Cecilia got a small wooden container with 6 small vials inside. Alexis it was, I think, they were from. And yeah, but while we all were there, Chimeg talked about her adventures and what she had been doing, and that she basically solved the crypt issue, but she brought some too many items, and she left some items, and so we basically decided that Chimay would go back and get the sword to make it look more like a robbery, but also leave the bloody needle she brought back that was stuck in her clothes to not give away that if they can trace it somehow. We also decided that all of the important items would be dug down somewhere to be like a hidden stash, and we can see if they find it, but we will hopefully not implicate ourselves. Exactly where and when that will happen, we haven't decided. Other than that, I know that Cecilia took one of the 6 necklaces that you can walk in daylight with and put it in her new container she got with the other kinds of, with the other vials of blood types. And we basically ended there with Cecilia going down to speak to Gabriel. That's what I remembered, but I also know that I zoned out when I was not in the room, so to say.
All right. Does anyone have any details that they'd like to add, or are we all satisfied with that?
I think we're guessing that the items are from Alexis, but we got them from his
The
butcher, I think.
Yep.
Yeah.
That is
Also,
connected
everyone-
to Alexis.
Please restore 1 point of willpower, everyone.
Yes, please do that. Fantastic. Well, while you guys restore willpower, we are going to go ahead and bring things in as Cecilia. You begin to make your way towards the stairs to go down and meet Gabriel. You would see, just as you're hitting the top stair, that Dirjala is just making his way out of his room with his blood bag for the evening.
All right. Well, I would continue on. I wouldn't stop.
Okay, fantastic. So, making your way downstairs. I've been watching too much Critical Role. I immediately want to say making my way. You go ahead and get down to the first floor. You can see that there is still a bit of a lively scene with patrons still making their way into the Painted Lady. And Fatma jauntily moving around the room, quickly filling out orders, talking to people, delivering plates of food and whatnot. Tucked away in one of the darker corners of the Painted Lady, you would see Gabriel in a very, very vibrant purple thwop with royal blue embroidery around the neck. And you would also notice that he has a brass circlet that is currently adorning his forehead.
Do he look like dressed up for something, so to say?
Dressed up for something, definitely, yeah.
All right. Well, Cecilia actually also looked dressed up, but for a completely different reason, because her normal clothes is not, well, they are destroyed. So she walks over towards him then.
Cecilia, you look dashing.
So do you.
Thank you. Well, I was going to see if you were interested in going on another walk and perhaps talking, hashing out some things.
We can do so.
Fantastic. He goes ahead and stands, brushes himself off a little bit, and rolls his shoulders, and you can hear that like there's a little pop that comes from his right shoulder as he rolls them. Well, do you have a preferred destination, or should we go with the wind?
Let's go with the wind, but yeah, let's stay close by here because I have another meeting later.
Okay, very well. So, with that, he sort of makes his way towards the door and graciously holds it open for you. As let's see here, grabbing something real quick. Fantastic. As he does, you would see an imposing figure looking like they're about to reach for the handle of the door to the Painted Lady on the other side as the door swings open. An individual in a large cloak of darker colors. And for the most part, they are entirely cast in shadow, or they would be if it weren't for the pipe hanging out of the right side of their mouth that, when dragged upon, lights up a familiar Egyptian face. Kind of just quickly gives you a look and a nod, doesn't say anything.
I just give a nod back and continue forward.
Shuffles his way through the door awkwardly before making his way over towards the bar and talking to Fatma in hushed tones so that you might not pick it up.
Can I try to pick it? I changed
You can.
my hearing.
Go ahead and give me a perception alertness. Go ahead and add in your auspex.
Do I have wound penalties for this?
No, not wound penalties, but I will give you a noise penalty. So -1 dice. You've got the clattering of beverages on tables. You've got the murmur of individuals having various different conversations all around you. But with 3 successes, you're able to pretty much tone out most of that and sort of make everything else into a bit of white noise. So while there is still this almost like the buzzing of bees in the background as you try and focus in on what he's asking Fatma, you would hear, "So you are the owner of this establishment. Interesting. All right. Well, I am looking for an individual known as Cassandra, if she is here." Fatma would kind of go, yeah, no, I know a Cassandra. Is there a particular, I know like 3 Cassandras. Which one are you looking for? And Fatma kind of just nervously looks over him and his imposing figure. Black Blood immediately just kind of nods and says, "I'll find her. Don't worry about it." And he makes his way towards the stairs.
Well, I continue out, I guess.
Sure.
I don't think he's going to try to do anything. So it's probably about ingredients, maybe. And yeah.
As you sort of turn on your heel to continue moving forward, you would notice that Gabriel, his face is kind of scrunched up like he ran into a heavy waft of something, and he's not sure what exactly it was. But he quickly tries to hide that he ran into something like that and tries to continue to go back into the stride of going on your walk.
All right. I will make him guess. Keep him guessing, so to say.
Okay, fantastic. All right. I'm going to come back to your walk.
All right.
So, Cassandra, I know that you have taken up residence within the royal suite. Did we leave off with you guys having conversations in the royal suite, or were you guys in a different room?
She-Meg is heading out.
Cassandra. Yeah, it was just Cassandra and Rafik, and I think Rafik went out at the end of last
Yeah, no.
session.
I understand that. What I was asking was, were we in the royal suite with the conversation that happened beforehand, before everyone started leaving, or were we in a different room? Just double checking. All right,
We
great,
were in the
fantastic.
royal suite.
Fantastic. So for Cassandra's perspective, the door closed not but a couple of seconds ago, as individuals kind of cleared the space, and you were left to sort of get a breather, think about your options, and gather yourself before doing whatever you wanted to do for the evening. And it's just about at the time where you go to stand to take some action that you would hear a knock on your door.
Who is it?
An old friend.
She'll smile and she'll unlock the door and let him in.
And he kind of nods as you open the door and quietly shuffles his way into the room, waits for you to close it.
Please do make yourself comfortable. Though, again, sorry if this gets repetitive. When was the last time we spoke?
I want to say... Well, sorry, time is a bit funny here in Jerusalem. A lot happens in very short spurts of time. I want to say that last we spoke was about a night ago. However, I could be mistaken, and that could have been 2 nights ago, as I have been in 12 fights since we last spoke. And I'm not entirely sure the span of which fight, which was which night. Sorry. Also, I have been very drunk the last few days.
Sounds like you need a few drinks after all that fighting.
I think I should cut back a little bit, either way. I was coming to check up on your progress on perhaps the Black Rose or any Athenian herbs, and also see if I could gain any additional information you might have about this scourge. You had warned me that a scourge was in town, but through my own investigations, I haven't been able to find out much. It's very hard to interrogate your kind.
Okay, out of character, I don't recall if Cecilia mentioned about her progress with the herbs of Alexis. I can't recall if that was mentioned or not.
I think I mentioned it, didn't I? Did I forget?
I'm
I don't
not
think
sure
it
it
was mentioned. I think it was meant to be mentioned, but it wasn't in the moment. Also,
the presence of She-Meg, I don't have it written down, but
yeah,
Cassandra's aware. In that case, Cassandra will just say, in regards to the black robes and the herbs, before the week is out, you should get them. And if there's any delays,
fantastic.
I'll let you know as soon as possible. And in regards to our scourge, what I told you was the task that was given, but doesn't have to be that way. I trust you can be discreet.
You would see as a bit of an honestly confused look washes over his face as you say that. He kind of adjusts his posture a little bit, lean more on his left side than, because normally he's a person who sort of leans and is forward with his right side, but he leans a little bit more on his left side as you say that. And he sort of thinks for a few moments before making his way over to the window, seeing that it is blacked out with a beautiful black cashmere curtain. And he would just carefully move it slightly to the side so that he could peek out into the night. I must admit, That is quite odd to hear. Usually it's a one and done deal. I'll be honest, this is the most cordial I've been with your people outside of the Gangrel clan.
The times are changing.
That would be nice. But it won't work for all the
Uh,
clans.
Well, we can build on it. Won't be quick, but we can make progress. In regards to the scourge, I still need to hear if you'll be discreet on this.
Yes.
And she'll give the rundown
Okay.
of Sophie's plan. Just so I'm not bursting through like a paragraph. I'm just going to be whoop.
Okay. All right. I'm going to assume that you keep, private conversation out of the...
Yeah. But basically, as much as he would need to know to be involved about the
Sure.
whole, is there any enemies? We need at least was it at least one to make it look like she's done her job?
Yeah, so you give him sort of the plan that she came up with, where it's essentially they work with his clan in order to go ahead and produce one werewolf casualty to then present to Ezekiel to say she's doing her job, and then you guys wait out the time limit for the werewolves to naturally leave the area. Would you specifically tell him her name and relation to the party? Okay.
Nope, she wouldn't give any identifying factors. What she will say is that we have spoken and that they trust each other in this, that she believes it will be beneficial to all parties. And if not, Cassandra herself will take the, happily take the brunt of it.
Okay. This is well, it's very interesting. I usually do not hear of lazy vampires, but this is not entirely laziness and more what smells like, how do I explain this? A want for cooperation?
Mm-hmm.
There are many, many within the night of the moon that would absolutely hate this, but I think it would be funny to try and pull off, so...
Don't have to be enemies on side.
Let me think about it. Give me some time. Let me talk it over with the pack, and let me see what the younglings have to say. If things are agreeable, I think then perhaps we can move said plans and manipulations into effect.
Ooh.
Glad to hear it.
Mm.
Thank you.
Interesting. I should also go ahead and ask, am I to expect scourges of the werewolf killing variety to be cropping up more often in the future, or?
I honestly cannot say for certain. As mentioned before, this is very different from what a scourge is normally asked to do. Very different. But hopefully it will not be a new trend.
It would be very pleasing if it was not.
Well, hopefully we can prove that we can get along cordially, and that will be the new trend instead.
The new trend with a few of us, sure. The new trend with all of us, never, unfortunately. But it is just the way of the world. Some people are just set to always have hate in their
Never say never. I'll hold out hope.
heart. Very well. All right, well, I'm probably holding you up, and it's probably not the most, how should I say, appropriate thing for you to be hanging around my kind within any vicinity of your own kind outside of your, sorry, the word sometimes eludes me. There's the word for small group of vampires that co-align with one another.
Koshery, yes.
Kothari.
Well, when you're here, it's a room with a view.
Yes, I appreciate the thought, but it might look better for you if people didn't know that we spoke. As I am sure there are fanatics on both sides.
Sweet of you to think of me.
Someone has to. All right.
Well, I know how to contact you should I need to, and you know where to reach me should you need to. She'll go to unlock the door so he can leave.
Mhm.
Unless there's anything else.
For now, nothing pressing. But if you ever get a chance, perhaps if you know any good tea dealers in the city.
Does Cassandra?
Make me a... Oh boy. Intelligence streetwise? If they have streetwise in
Do we have
Dark
street?
Ages.
I don't think we have streetwise.
I have to go check to see if we have streetwise in this. I mean, my mind says streetwise, but
No.
my
No,
body
we
says
don't.
no, we don't. God dang it. All right.
Let's do my character sheets.
Probably
Also-
commerce is what this is.
Commerce. Yeah.
Commerce.
Or seneschal
Sure.
is sometimes used for like help, entertaining people,
I would say either intelligence, commerce, or yeah, intelligence, commerce. That's the only thing I can really think of.
Okay.
Coterie of supervillains.
And, intelligence. Ooh, Come on, don't fuck me over.
3 successes.
Okay, 3 successes.
Well, immediately what comes to mind is, even though the main portion of his shop is a butchery, Alexis's place is also, it serves 2 purposes. It has a butcher side and it has a tea side. You haven't really gotten to see the tea operation, but you know it exists there, or at least it's advertised there. Outside of that, not too far from here, sort of towards the crossroads between the 4 sections of the city, or quarters of the city, there is a smaller shop, sort of on the scale of Eleanor's pottery shop. So sort of hole in the wall, but probably really good. That sources local farmers, various different leaves and blends. And if you're looking for more of an international selection, so tea leaves from India or from the Silk Road itself, you'd have to make your way towards the Citadel. And not too far from the Citadel, there's a bit of an emporium. It doesn't deal exclusively in tea, but they have a ledger so that you could order teas, and then they would be brought into the Emporium and eventually delivered where you want to, or you could come pick them up. That's what you would know.
And she will let them know all of that, and including if there's any that especially sell Assam. I think that's one that Cassandra quite likes, so she'd recommend whatever she saw supplied to that. And she'll also add, well, if when you try them out and find your favourite, let me know. I wouldn't mind having a nice tea and a chat with you, maybe a little bit of a tour of the city through your eyes.
Yes, that would be interesting. Thank you for the information. I greatly appreciate it.
Well, enjoy.
And with that, he goes ahead and he makes his way out. Okay. So, Chimeg, you were headed out to do a thing. You're muted, by the way.
Oh, no.
Oh, no,
Maybe
you weren't.
I'm just
All right.
too far
You were
away.
just quiet, and I was like, oh.
Sorry.
All right, great.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I would head towards the encampment again.
Okay, so are you going in normal form, eagle form, rat form?
Eagle form. I want to
Okay.
take a look how the situation looks first.
So you go ahead and you spend a point of blood, shift yourself into your eagle form. What's your blood pool looking like?
Yeah, that was the thing I forgot. I wanted to hunt before I set off as well.
Okay, do you want to do that before you transform or after?
Yes, please. Before.
Okay. It's a little awkward when you're doing in eagle form, you know? You got to work with a beak. You don't have any fangs. I mean, sure, you can get blood, but it's very messy. All right. So, what is your preferred prey this fair night, and what territory are you going to do it in?
The roan, and she isn't too picky. She's basically trying to get something quick. She would prepare first, though, for the hunt in general.
Okay.
And try to, just get someone who is lone.
So I imagine at this point, Chimeg is probably very handy with doing small rituals on hand for the hunt. So that way she's not taking huge chunks out of her night to prepare things. More than likely at this point, you've gotten yourself a small idol of an oolong. Not an oolong, but an olo. A bit of ceremonial cloth. And, you can quickly find somewhere, either that be your room or a dark alley. Go ahead and meditate for a few minutes. Praise who needs to be praised, and then make your way onto the hunt itself. So, I would like you to... my mind is blanking on who you said for your target. So tell me your target one more time, then I will tell you the dice that I want you to roll.
Someone who is alone, basically. I would like to try to get at least 2 people.
Okay.
I can manage.
Go ahead and give me 2 people. Okay. I want you to give me... with stealth. Okay, 3 successes with a 10 in there. Are there 2 10s? It wouldn't matter because this isn't the 2-10 system. All right. So, do you have a specialty?
No, not in this.
Okay. So, you go ahead and you begin to sort of look around, and you don't take your normal route. You don't stick to shadows and sort of leap from rooftop to rooftop. Instead, you sort of blend with the main thoroughfares. You make your way into the crowds, listen to conversations that are going on, pick up on, what people are looking to do in the moment as you make your way past small groups here and there. you see that there's a bit of a public bench, and you, for a few minutes, you sit there and sort of listen out. And as you're sort of sitting there, not too far from the edge of your territory, probably right there on the edge of your territory where it leads to the main thoroughfare to the Jaffa Gate, you would see that there's a small party of what looks like upstart merchants. Probably a good 3 of them. And it looks like they're certainly not on the wealthy or rich side. So they're trying to sort of party up, essentially, to try and go from destination to destination and sell their wares without having to pay the expenses of having a full-time bodyguard with them. And you're in a bit of luck, as it seems in a quick emergency, 2 of them realize that they have to quickly run off into an alleyway and relieve themselves. But of course, they have to go deep into the alleyway because it would be uncouth to do it closer to the lip of the alleyway. So you sort of pick up on this, go ahead and stand, naturally blend back into the crowd, watch for which alleyway they go into, and then quickly slip into a side alleyway that you know well enough will connect to the alleyway that they just slipped into. You stick to the shadows for a while until eventually you find the prime opportunity of one of the individuals quickly rushing to the corner intersection of the 2 alleyways, the one that you're going down and the one that they initially went down, and the other one rushing further down the alleyway past him. How much are you looking to take from the first individual?
2 points.
Okay, so you go ahead and you move on this individual as their back is sort of towards you, not paying you any attention whatsoever, and more so in the rush than paying attention to their surroundings. You quickly take 2 points from them, and you leave them feeling quite tipsy, but very much alive as they continue their business. Probably just wrote it off as just heat of the moment as you continue to move with the shadows and continue to go further into the alleyway. You catch up with the other individual who's in a bit more of a compromised position as they had more urgent business to take care of. Not wanting to be disgusted while you feed, you sort of have to wait for a little bit. But soon enough, you find an opportunity where you can get what you want, which is how many points of blood?
2 points.
2 points. So you end up with 6 in total because I believe you have efficient digestion.
Yes.
All right. And God, that's so useful. And you go ahead and satiate a lot of your hunger, as I'm sure you go ahead and lick the wounds. Sort of leave these 2 individuals woozier than they were initially going in, but still very much alive and not realizing a thing had happened other than they had to go to the bathroom, and it felt really great when they finished. So,
Perfect. All right.
with that, you're hunting out of the way. You quickly take on your eagle form. And you make your way. So are you going to go straight towards the encampment, or do you have something else you'd like to do along the way in preparation?
No, I'm heading towards encampment and trying
All right.
to just take a look first.
Great. So you go ahead and you make your way straight towards the encampment. What you would see as you sort of crest over that wall that leads towards the encampment, and your eyes refocus from the individuals shifting at the new gate to the individuals where the encampment is itself, you would see that same set of patrols. So you have two guards who are currently sitting down, sort of talking to one another. They're not playing cards tonight. It looks like instead that they are playing a bit of liar's dice at the moment. You see another 2 guards that are on their patrol, their 10-minute patrol, and are sort of just lazily making their way past Boniface's tent at the moment. I couldn't remember his name for like a split second. And you would also see there are another 2 guards that are sort of stationary on the backside of the guard tent, making sure no one tries anything.
Right. Does it look like anything has changed? Like there's more
A little
patrols
bit,
or they're
yeah.
extra alert?
What it looks like has changed is you would see that the tarp is not fully over the entrance of the crypt anymore. It looks like it's definitely shifted a bit, and there's a little bit larger of a gap than there was when you initially arrived here, which indicates that they probably still been working on the crypt, despite the fact that Boniface hasn't been here.
Right.
And just as you're thinking that, you would see an individual bringing up a lantern from underneath the tarp and making his way out of the tarp and towards one of the tents, sort of just lazily dragging a pickaxe behind him.
Is it the same individual that I saw last time?
No, it's a different one.
All right. What about the red tent? Does that look the same?
For the most part, it looks exactly the same. I mean, there's a little bit more... It looks a little bit more weathered. It looks like most recently it had a bunch of sand, probably from a group of horse riders moving by at rapid pace, kicked up on some of the sides of it, but everything else looks relatively similar.
Right. Well, then I'm gonna get closer to the Bonafest tent and try to, well, see if there's any activity in it now, or if it seems like it has been changed, if someone's been in it.
Go ahead and make me a perception investigation. Also, my headache finally gone. Woo! What? What's up? What I miss?
Oh, you'll have to watch your back to understand.
Yeah.
What?
Do I get any bonus from Eagle or?
I'd give you a bonus of 2 dice. Oh wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do
Is
have
3 just the
one.
magic number tonight? Are we
Apparently.
is this the fellowship of the 3? Our magic numbers for the evening. All right. So 3 successes.
I for
You have a 10
detail,
in
so
there.
it's 4.
I for detail, that becomes 4. Jesus, you have so many dice in that too. All right, so looking around, here's what you would say. As you're focusing on Boniface's tent, there is something that is shifting, something that is moving. And it's very small, it's very brown, and it's very familiar. As you would see, not 1, not 2, not 3, but 6 rats quietly making their way in and out of Boniface's tent. It looks like they're dragging away currently at the time the large map that was on his table.
Do I remember anything of what that map had on it?
If you remember correctly, go ahead and make me a wits. Wits investigation.
Oh. 4 die.
Hey, finally we break the curse. We have hit the 4s, and now you shall all roll a 4 for the next 6 rolls. All right, so the 4. Yeah, you do sort of remember it. It was a closer up shot of Jerusalem. It was very region specific. It didn't focus solely on Jerusalem, as Jerusalem was sort of in the far right bottom right corner of the map. Instead, what it focused on was the farmland around Jerusalem in the direction as if you were heading towards Tel Aviv. And it has a bunch of property lines indicated on it for who owns what. And also it would have on it indicators for topography, so elevation for the area, and also indicators for known deposits of ore.
Okay.
That's all you can sort of remember on that map.
And there was 6 rats, and they're helping each other drag this off?
They are 100% helping each other drag this map off. The map itself is probably 30 by 40. So it is a fairly large map.
That's normal.
No, it's not. But that's why you noticed it.
All right. Well,
what's even weirder is now that you're focusing more on the rats and seeing what they're doing, they are carefully moving in formation to make sure that none of the edges get torn, to make sure that no one moves too quickly, and just carrying this off very slowly in the direction of, further out towards the farm fields. And you can see that the nearest one is what looks to be a hops field. Doesn't look like it's currently in season, but there is a little bit of growth.
All right. Well, I'm gonna just keep an eye out for a moment, trying to tell what they're doing.
Okay.
Where they're taking it.
Are you going to continue like circling overhead over the encampment, or are you going to land anywhere and watch?
Circling for now.
Okay. All right. How long are you willing to circle?
Is there any like trees around that I could?
There are a couple of trees.
Further off, I could.
Most of the trees, like I had said before, most of the trees aren't in large groups. It's usually like a solo or small patch of 3 or 4 here or there. They're spread around. They're clearly maintained for more aesthetic than just being wild trees. And the closest you get to like real tree cover anywhere is there is an orchard that is currently maybe about I'd say 800 meters out from where you are. But it's a rather small orchard.
All right. I would try to land in one of the trees that are a bit to the side, a bit, so I can still see them, but they're a bit off.
Okay. you would notice that there's a group of trees, 3 trees in particular, that are very closely packed together, that aren't too far off from sort of the crossroads. So if you look on the map, I'll ping it, sort of right around here. There's a cluster of 3 trees, and they kind of just give a bit of character to the farmland behind it. Perching over there, you go ahead and you begin to watch. And you are highly entertained for the next several minutes as you watch this group of rats carefully moving this map. One of them does fumble and falls down a little bit of an embankment, quickly scrabbles its way back up and regrabs its part of the map and continues the shuffle along and seems to warn the others about the fall with a series of squeaks and squawks. And right as they really get to the road itself, you would notice an individual looking like they're on an evening walk, with a hooded lantern attached to their belt, just casually walking from further out in the fields towards the encampment, sort of lazily heading in that direction, or at least attempting to look like they're lazily headed in that direction. Go ahead and make me perception awareness.
Any eagle bonus?
Sure. Eagle bonus of 2 still applies.
Oh wow, that's
Oh
2
boy.
attempts.
All right. Great. Well.
Eye for detail, if that applies. That's 7.
What you would see is the most average person you think you have ever seen in your life. Extremely average features. They are of Jewish descent. Very curly hair. It looks rather plain and not really well kept, but average. Sort of very baggy pants. It looks like they're probably wearing a set of Sherwal pants. You can look that up on Google because I just found out what they were last night, thanks to Seth. They are wearing sort of a loose-fitting cotton tunic that is a dark beige. And they don't seem to have any weapons on them. And they've got like the first 3 buttons of their tunic sort of undone, and they reveal like a little poof of chest hair. Male, more than likely in their mid-20s. And oddly enough, even though this individual looks rather healthy, they would favor their left side more than their right. And you notice they're a bit slower when it comes to moving their left leg. Not so heavily that it looks like an obvious limp, but definitely enough so that it looks like it's someone covering up a limp.
And the limp was on the right.
Well, the limp is on their left.
Oh, okay.
The more you look at this individual, you realize it's not because of an injury that they are slower and more careful with their left leg. It's because their left leg is a few centimeters shorter than their right leg. And that's about what you notice. This individual makes their way just down the road lazily. And over the course of about 2 minutes, after the rats have sort of stopped not too far away from the road, this individual makes his way that almost in a beeline in that direction. Pretends to notice something on the ground and bend over and pick it up. You can see that he produces a coin into his left hand as he sort of bends down and goes, huh. As he does, he carefully just tucks away the map by folding it up very thin and then beginning to slowly move it up the right pants leg until eventually it's hidden. And then he just continues along, making his way closer and closer to the new gate.
Is there anything that makes him familiar, or have you seen him before in any way?
I mean, honestly, outside of the left leg being a little shorter than the right leg, it's a very average individual. And you're not sure you've seen this person around, or if you have, you've never really noticed them until now. Hint, hint, nudge, nudge.
Does it look like any supernatural about it?
Make me a wits occult. Difficulty 7. Because we all know what I'm talking about, but we have to have it so that your character knows as well. Also, Jesus Christ, I love that dog. Can I have it, please?
Same.
But no, that dog's far too large. I should never, ever own that dog. Huh. Any specialities?
No.
No. There's nothing supernatural about this at all. It's just a plain Jane, or in this case, a plain John.
Right.
I don't believe it.
I'll continue to see what he does next, if he sticks around or...
He's not really sticking around. He's just making his way towards the new gate at this point. It looks like it's probably only the time that he's taking to do his walk. It looks like he's going to continue the ruse that he was not there for the map. So he's just lazily walking in that direction towards the new gate. And it's probably going to take him another 4.5 to maybe 5 minutes before he finally gets to the outside of the new gate.
Hmm. All right, I'm heading to the Bonafest tent.
Okay. You go ahead and you swoop from your tree over towards the tent. Do you immediately go straight for the flaps of the tent and go inside, or do you like perch on top of the tent, shift forms, then go inside? What do you want to do?
I want to land kind of in front of it, and then move in, walking in.
Take the usual G-Meg approach. Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
So you sort of you land about a foot away from the mouth of the tent. Carefully look up and to the left and then up and to the right to see if you see anyone making their way this way, which you don't. You've timed the patrols nicely, and just confidently, if an eagle could walk with a puffed chest in confidence, walk into the tent. You would see a familiar scene before you, minus a couple of items. For one, you know the map is gone. The next thing you notice is the lock is still broken. However, the chest does not look like it's been disturbed beyond the one time that you disturbed it. The sheets on the bed that is in the tent are gone. And from the undersheets of the bed being sort of crumpled up and lazily drugged to one side, you can tell that that was probably stolen. The pillow on the bed looks like it's been chewed through for the most part. And also, there were a couple of mugs and goblets that were on the table. Those are all gone. You're unsure where they've gone to. And from this height, that's about all you can make out.
All right. If it seems like I'm alone in here, I'm pop up into Chimeg and go for the chest.
Okay. You pop in a Chimeg form. It takes you but a few seconds as you transform into your normal self and make your way over to the chest. And sure enough, it is there. It's ready to be looted once more. Lock still broken.
All right. Shoving down anything that looks valuable in my bag.
Okay. I believe you took the coin, you took the clothes. Did you take the fine set of clothing that was in there previously? No. Okay, so yeah, you would find the fine set of clothing and the sword are still in there.
Right.
The Blade of the Conqueror. All right.
Just shove it down and then I'll drop the needle on the floor, kind of in the general area where it might have ended up if it was sprung normally.
Do you go for distance or do you go for it may have impacted something? So distance indicating that it totally missed and probably went its max kinetic energy, or sort of very close by to indicate, hey, it probably hit something, but he's not able to use his thing, so probably didn't hit flesh.
Yeah, miss completely then.
Okay. So you go ahead and you go for the complete miss, setting it, judging by the lock, make me a intelligence investigation. Springs are very, very, very rare in this time period, so the fact that one exists here in this lock is interesting. 2 successes. You think you can gauge how far a spring would shoot out a small needle, and you go ahead and set down the needle roughly where you think the kinetic energy would have taken it. Anything else? Oh, also, since you're in Chimeg form, you would notice that there is, on the far side of the bed, sort of towards the edge of the tent, there are a couple of shredded pieces of clothing. They weren't the fine set of clothing that was in the chest, but there was like normal clothing that he had in the room previously, and it looks like that's been like shredded and partially eaten, and it's on the top of the bed.
All right. Well, she wanted to try to do this quickly, so she will, when she's done that, try to get it back into eagle form and shoot and try to see if she can catch up with the very plain man.
Okay. Well, first, make me a stealth check, dexterity stealth, as you make your way back out of the tent, waddling out in the eagle form that you are. Two successes. Okay. You make your way out of the tent, and for the most part, you think you're pretty much unnoticed. And you begin making your way towards where that plain individual was. It doesn't take you long before you run into them again. Well, less run, more fly into them again. Walking still lazily on the trail down to the new gate. In the time that it took you to get to the tent, go into the chest, get the thing, set the needle, they're probably a minute away from the new gate at this point.
Right. And I want to keep tracking it and see where it ends up.
Okay, fantastic. So that is what Shemeg is doing. All right, we're going to go on break, and then I'm going to come back and find out what Ajala is doing. So, thank you all so much for watching. We will be right back. See you soon, folks. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Children of the Cup. All right, picking things up. She-Meg is out investigating. Cassandra is just finishing wrapping up her conversation. Cecilia is out for a lovely walk with Gabrielle. Ajala, you've just finished up your rumble and tumble. What are you up to?
Jella's slightly more fed, but he's still hungry. And since
Naturally.
everyone seems to be off doing their own thing, and the werewolf just walked in, which might be better if I sort of scooted away from that conversation for a bit, because I still have to make some peace with that. Yeah, I might sort of go on a bit of a patrol through our domain. See what's up, see if I also find stray individuals that might be in the need of a bit of a well, I was about to say a bit of a draining, but let's be clear on blood kind.
Yes, absolutely. But I assume finding the other would not be turned down upon.
Probably not. He's sort of exploring his whole new thing.
Sure. Go ahead and make for me, first patrol, real patrol, where you're not actively just hunting for criminals and beating the shit out of them.
No,
and then
I'm
training
also
them.
just patrolling the domain, as in I want to see what's going on.
Go ahead and make me a perception investigation. For this being your domain, I'm going to give you a modifier of +1. For the domain's current security level and the fact that you have omnomnommed the bad guys to an extreme amount, I'm going to give you a -2. And then for recent influx of individuals, I'm going to give you a +1 again, bringing you to 0 modifier.
0. And then the question would be, does aspects come into play?
What aspects are you going to focus on? Are you going to focus more on your sight, or are you going to focus more on your hearing?
More on sight. Probably switching between sight and hearing, and just...
Okay. So then bring that back to a modifier of +1.
All right. Difficulty of 6, perception, investigation. Don't fuck us. 3 successes.
All right, fantastic. With 3 successes, you go ahead and you begin to patrol the territory that is yours. It's been a little while since you've gone through and actually, gone through your borders, essentially. Making your way out of the front door of the Painted Lady and sort of initially, I'm assuming, doing an outer sweep and then slowly working your way in. You make your way down the main thoroughfares that take you both to the Jaffa Gate and then eventually towards the new gate. As you can see, the Latin Partiturate a bit off in the distance past your territory, even from here. Something you would immediately notice is there has been a shifting of the gargoyles, as there are now 2 on top of the Latin Partiturate. One is facing towards this direction, towards your territory. Another looks to be looking more out towards the wall of the city itself. Something else that you would notice as you are doing your patrol and making your way into the alleyways themselves is as you sort of get to the very top edge of your territory. So skirting that line where you cross one side of the street, you're at the Latin Partiturate, you cross the other side of the street, you're in your territory, you would find an intricate set of art pieces that are being worked on, murals, in one of the back alleyways. One mural that is currently being worked on would appear to be a mural that takes place during the day. As you can see that they have clearly drawn a very intricate, partially cloudy sun, or sky, I should say, not sun. Children and adults laughing and making their way around a wonderful depiction of the fountain in the rack, in the center of the rack. People lounging about, drinking tea, having conversations, enjoying their time during the daytime. It's not a complete mural, but most of the mural itself is done. On the opposite wall to that, sort of looking deeper into your territory, you would see a second mural that is also in the process of being worked on and has not been completed. This mural would instead show a clear starry night sky with a visible North Star, shining a little bit brighter than tonight. So judging by the seasons and the stars, it's probably a mural depicting a night sky at the very beginning of summer, if you were to place a guess. And you would see the same location in the rack, or sort of the center of the rack. The fountain would still be there, but instead of the fountain giving off, crystal clear water and people hanging around it and sort of enjoying their time, it would be a fountain of blood. And the small carvings of angels, depictions of angels, would all be weeping blood. The individuals, the individuals standing around the fountain would look a lot more militarized. So you'd see more armor, more weapons adorning people's belts. You'd see beautiful women in dancing clothes moving about the crowd, individuals still in conversation at tables, drinking tea and eating food, but most of these individuals are slovenly or are simply paying less attention to their food and more attention to the boisterous merchant that sits across from them. It's a lot of detail in these murals, and these murals take up a good 3/4 of the building that they are placed upon in this alleyway.
That's kind of big. I don't like the idea of what this might be suggesting so close to our territory, as in... I would be curious to figure out who's doing this, but I guess that's something to discuss, with the rest of the coterie.
Currently, both art pieces are incomplete. However, they still have tags for their creators. Now, you do not read Farsi, I don't believe. So you would see some Farsi is written out, but you would not be able to make out exactly what it's saying.
Well, I recognize it as Farsi.
But you recognize it as Farsi. Yeah. You would also see that even though the murals are incomplete, they're not incomplete as in like a large section here or there is missing. They're more incomplete in that it looks like both murals are currently still being worked on to continue to fill that rest of the quarter of the building.
Yeah.
And slowly details have come in over the course of maybe about 3 nights, it looks like, of work have been put into continuing the murals, but they haven't gotten far enough to tell what the next part of the mural is going to be.
Do I think they might be doing this at night, as in if they would be seen doing this during the day, because this is right next to a busy thoroughfare, correct?
More than likely during the night.
Because if they're spotted by guards, this would be a problem.
Yeah, this would be... It's not a problem outside of areas that are designated as areas of worship. And for the Christian quarter, a lot of the area is designated as areas of worship. And even though this is your territory, it's still religiously considered a cross section between the Latin partitionate and the Greek partitionate. So it would fall underneath that vandalism law of you're not supposed to draw murals. So you're fine to draw them like 6 blocks away from a religious institution, but this close to one you'd be put in chains.
Yeah, so I'm gonna assume that they did this during the night because I'm gonna continue the patrol after this. It does pique my interest, but I don't think I'm just gonna happen to be upon them right now.
Unfortunately, no. Yeah. You continue your patrol and you go through. It looks like there were individuals that at one point were in some of these alleyways. As you can see, clear signs of refuse, but no one is currently in the alleyways.
Now I'm torn between going back to the Painted Lady or parking myself on a roof near those murals.
Decisions.
How long have I been out? Like,
I would say this was like you would have found the murals early on in your patrol, and then probably a good 20-ish minutes into it, you would consider yourself having completed the patrol.
I'm gonna assume that or that Jala assumes. What a sentence. That G-Meg's probably not going to be back at the Painted Lady yet, so he's probably going to make his way back to the area where the mural is, make his way on top of the roofs, rather than going through the streets when coming close to it.
Mm-hmm.
And he's going to approach from the roof and just have a look down and perhaps even sit down for a few minutes, see if anyone passes by or starts continuing the work.
Okay. So you go ahead and you begin doing that. We break over to a quiet, initially walk through the Christian quarter. Sort of riding the line almost between the Armenian and Christian quarter and making your way back towards your territory every once in a blue moon. Celia, you are... Thank you. You are currently joined by Gabriel, who, of course, carefully keeps a copy of the Quran, not so much in hand, but more so in a leather-bound holder that he has, so it's slung underneath his shoulder. And he is wearing a decently heavy cloak for the weather, but still leaving it open enough so that you can see his clothing underneath, and you can see the book underneath. Well, how have things been?
It has had their ups and downs. I guess I should ask you. You didn't know Habiba would be there, right?
No, I was very much unaware that she would decide to choose that location as a hiding place. In fact, I had only mentioned that cave to Habiba the one time several years ago.
She seemed to have made a small, almost shrine-like place to herself there at the entrance.
Well, if she was making shrines close to the entrance, she probably hadn't been there for very long.
So how did her meeting go with with the rest of your side? I heard she was...
For the majority of
went
it, it
in
was in the
naked.
nude, yes. It was one of... How should I say this? She was very nude, very flustered, very angry, but also very confident that the particular circumstances would never repeat themselves again.
your side was displeased with her?
More, less so displeased, more so fascinated that an individual newly arrived to the city, relatively speaking, was able to pull the wool, hypothetically, over her eyes.
Hmm. Well, it has been a surprising night.
Indeed.
Well, after that confrontation, I did find what you were talking about.
Glad. I'm glad. Could you perhaps tell me what you perceived to see in the text?
I did. She thinks a bit first, like almost as to go through something in her head, and then it's like, I saw that many things mentioned in the holy text where I learned as a mortal, those things that were attributed to Jesus, was actually Lilith that did.
Quite
I think
fascinating.
that is the shortest summary I can give. I can of course go to more
Yes.
detail.
No, I understand exactly what you mean. I saw similar. However, from what I have been able to gather over the years, and showing this to a very select few who I admittedly wiped the memory of from their mind, it shows the truths of one's religion despite what one's religion is. The real text itself is blank. Nothing is written there. It is simply a piece of parchment made of an old skin. But depending on your beliefs, depends on what you see. Whether or not these are truths, I am still to discover yet.
Do you know the origin of this parchment?
No, I have been trying to find out for some time. Unfortunately, though, I have at my availability a very limited selection of libraries. We have Alexis's library here within the city, which holds a wealth of knowledge, but no knowledge that would hold the key to answers for this particular question. Aside from that, we have the Library of Mara within the city, something that at one point I did have access to, but find myself no longer within the parameters to access at the current time and at the current political frustrations. Beyond that, we have the Library of Kothar, a library that is kept very secret and very safe, and only a few individuals have ever seen. A library I very much do not have access to.
Have you seen it or only heard about it?
I have seen the location that it is rumored to stay in. Although getting to that location is rather difficult without a guide.
Close to the dung gate?
Very close to the dung gate, yes.
How does that dung gate really work?
I'm glad you asked. Have you ever, in your studies, come across any mentions of what is known as the labyrinth?
Have I?
Go ahead and make me an intelligence occult. Difficulty for this is going to be 8.
0 successes.
All right. So with that, unfortunately, your mind draws a blank. You've heard of labyrinths within mythology, but outside of mentions of labyrinths within, sort of high fantasy and mythology, none that stick out to you or that were ever mentioned involving the true terrors of the night.
Only mythology. Nothing that I think fits for this.
That makes sense. It's a very interesting subject. Judah itself is built on ruins upon ruins upon ruins. What we stand on is thousands of years of history. Right now, this very cobbled road that we stand upon now. Perhaps 800 years ago, there was another cobbled road. And that's currently somewhere deep down below our feet. What if I told you that certain places, such as Jerusalem, shift and bend with time, with faith, with religions, with ideals, to the point where the location itself becomes warped and unknowable. The closer you get to what is warped and unknowable within that location, the harder it is to keep a clear record of what's really playing out before you.
How are they working around it? Those who call themselves guides.
What I am able to tell is years of experience, very cautious experimentation, and a little bit of faith.
Seems, well, a bit strange taking that if they are still experiencing it, they just more have seen it many times, that they will actually get the same result every time they walk in it.
It's very interesting to me indeed. When I originally ran into the labyrinth, I was lost for a little over a week until I was found by Kothar. He was the one who simply plucked me out of the labyrinth with relative ease. Then I discovered that it was not only Kothar who could navigate this labyrinth, but also Adam. Adam, of course, quickly led to, well, let's just say Marcus also seems to have an innate ability to navigate this labyrinth. But the most peculiar of them all is actually Brother Bernardus. I have seen him walk the winding pathways and streets of the labyrinth to a point where I can watch him enter one side of the labyrinth, and in what seems like a few moments, exit the other side as if he'd only been gone for a second. It's fascinating. It's terrifying. And from what I hear from these individuals, from what little I've been able to pry from them, it is apparently filled with terrors.
Hmm.
Now, let me be clear. The description of the warping of the place, the ruins, the beliefs, that is one way it's been described to me. Another way it's been described to me, a more fascinating way it's been described to me, is that among those ruins lies something ancient, something of our kind, something that has been asleep for a very long time and is waiting to be awoken. But I've never got any confirmation on what that might be.
A question to the DM.
Yes.
Do I know who Brother Bernard is?
You've heard the name several times. You have run into situations with your coterie members where they've been like, and we should talk to Brother Bernardus, and then you guys never do. So yeah, you recognize the name.
But have we? Which party member said that?
Specifically a Jala.
Interesting. It is actually one name that I don't have in my notes at all.
Mm.
And I have a list of a lot of people in this town.
There's a lot of people in Jerusalem.
Yeah. Yes.
I'm pretty sure Cecilia's been in the room some of the times that Ajala has mentioned.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've also
think-
mentioned him as a way of finding
Uh,
Habib.
Brother
potentially.
Bernard, I have.
Yes, it is.
Mhm.
It is Brother Bernard, but he is saying Bernardus.
Uh-huh. Yeah, that's one of the. Okay. Then I have that name, but I don't
Mhm.
actually know which clan it belongs to. I just assumed it's a Christian.
Faction-wise, yes, he does belong to the Christians. Clan-wise, I don't remember if Ajala knew this or shared this. No? Okay. So I will not
Oh, no
spoil
clue.
his clan.
All right. Hmm.
I
So these
think
in
I think he was also one of the priests that was her name Eleanor? The woman that were murdered and drained.
yes. This name is one of those who.
Well, Eleanor is Ajala's ghoul.
Yeah.
Is it Elizabeth?
The murdered woman
Murdered
at
He
Please
the
murdered
Royal-
Elizabeth, or Elizabeth was murdered. But
and
yeah, go ahead.
she went to Rustusi or Brother Bernard to pray. That
Yes.
is where he was mentioned in that context.
Mhm.
At least according to my notes.
Your notes are correct. Give me 1 second.
Your notes are correct. Give me 1 second. What is going on?
I don't know. Maybe he forget something.
No, I was just getting my dog out of the room.
Whoop,
I see.
whoop. I do go.
All right. Sorry about
So both the Cappadocians seems to be able to travel through there.
that. Hmm.
And do you happen to know what clan Brother Bernard is part of?
He is a Malkavian, to my best knowledge.
Maybe that's why he has such an easy time then.
Perhaps.
But Kothar has a library somewhere in there.
Yes, Kothar, somewhere within the labyrinth, does have a library.
Is it his library or is it library he found?
I don't actually know. It's never been discussed to me, the origins of the library. I just know that the few individuals that have seen it say that it contains a vast wealth of knowledge.
There's something I have a hard time seeing. I'm gonna change subject a little now.
Hmm.
How do you practice suffering?
Well, oh boy. I don't think I was ready for that deep of a philosophical question. There are many forms of practice that one can undertake. There's really no simple answer to this. Some people within our particular faith see life's challenges and misdirections as a form of suffering to be thrived on. But I myself do not find this adequate enough. Others seem to think that making suffering, enforcing suffering, sort of bending those around them to suffer is the way to go. And my personal ideals is that when the opportunity comes along, so that a painful event happens, you should not simply brush it away and try to smother what comes up in those events. Simply instead relish in those moments. Find what truly drives your suffering. I'm not suggesting find a way to eliminate suffering, but simply recognize and admire what does cause you suffering. Insert college university suffering description here and how to relish in it.
So you do not create it nor seek out it, you just wait, and if it happens, you study it.
That is my particular method. Although I do understand others' particular way of doing it and why they do that. I'm a bit more of an observer than someone who enforces when it comes to such things. And that is another way to do it. Observe all forms of suffering that take place around you.
Do you create anything? Not only considering suffering now, but do you create anything?
From time to time, it is natural for us to create a form of suffering. From time to time, one might make a mistake when feeding and know that the family of said victim will go through a great deal of suffering. Sort of take in those events, carefully watch over what happens and how they grieve, how they process, how they hurt themselves in anguish and pain of their lost loved one. This is also a form of practicing suffering. And the deepest form of observing suffering is when someone loses a pet. It's most fascinating. Their grandmother can drop dead the next day. They'll cry for a month and then they'll move on. But their family dog, oh, can take years.
Mm. I think that I have not experienced enough, I think, to understand how you can have so little suffering in your life. You know, to only observe these rare occasions. Maybe I will see that someday.
Well, in many ways, suffering is not a rarity. So I find myself constantly studying something or someone, I should say, or a group of people. Because the ebb and flow of life often leads to some form of suffering out there. Most recently, I indulged in the beauty of an individual learning that soon their penis would fall off from a disease they had contracted.
Mm.
He eventually killed himself. But it was fascinating.
Why didn't you stop him from killing himself so you could study him longer? It seems like something.
He killed himself during the day. I really couldn't stop him.
I see. Unfortunate when they choose not to learn more.
I think mortals tend to take the emotion that is suffering, take the experience that is suffering, and focus more on what it has changed in their lives than what it could benefit in their lives. And thus, why Evangelo jumped off the wall.
Do you know about any more shrines like the one in the mountain?
I have had, over the years, rumors from the occasional passerby of our beliefs. However, many of the rumors that I have heard lie far to the northeast of here. Nearby Baghdad and the Euphrates River. Two locations come to mind. One is said to be deep within the undergrounds of Baghdad, in the old ruins of the old city. The other is said to be from a sunken temple. But the exact location of these two places is unknown. Excuse me.
But the sunken temple is also near Baghdad.
The sunken temple is somewhere along the Euphrates River. A more exact location I have not been able to triangulate yet, or whatever the equivalent of triangulate would be in this time period.
I see. Well, if I ever pass by those regions, I will definitely take a look, see what I can find. Why do you stay in the city? Why don't you just travel away for a while and come back when all this war is over?
Hmm. There are times where I go on pilgrimages. Occasionally I will find myself traveling to Mecca or making my way toward the Vatican. But in all honesty, this is my home. And I am interested to see how beautifully it burns in the end. Not to mention, every couple of 100 years, there's a great deal of suffering when one of the armies of either the Muslim or Christian or whatever religions come in the future faction decides to claim the Holy Land, as it were. And if things are looking up as well as they are seeming to within the Fatimid Caliph, I would say that in the next 10 to 15 years, there's going to be a lot of suffering.
Also a lot of death, it seems.
Hmm.
As one side will lose many kindreds, aren't you afraid that your side will be the losing side? And that your head will be on the chopping block?
If that is the will of Lilith, so be it. But I think as long as I can find open-minded individuals on the other side of the aisle, mayhaps not as invested in her matronage as myself or you, I shall find a way to make it out of this just yet.
I see.
What about you?
I feel like I have things left to learn before I will go. But I'm not sure I will stay until, well, one side falls. We will see.
Hmm.
I'm not really interested in which side wins. I would actually want that a diplomatic solution was reached.
Interesting. What if I were to tell you no side will ever win? What would you do then?
Make allies on both sides. So there's less reason to assassinate me. And then I can observe as others suffers.
That I can get behind.
But it's hard to become allies with both sides because there always comes those by who demands you choose.
There will always be a Habiba on one side or the other.
Do you think she will come back for me, trying to kill me once more?
I'd give it maybe about a year's time. And then one of you will be dead.
How unfortunate.
Very much so. I rather like Habiba. And he
Me
kind of
too.
gives a smile as he says that.
She smiles back and she says, "Me too." Hmm. Well, I will see if I can find some way to win over her heart, so I don't have to rip it out. As I would really hate to be the one who ends her.
I would say, mayhaps if you could maybe if you could talk her into seeing that there is a true middle ground between Muhammad and Jesus, she might just listen. Believe me, I have tried for years, but, well, imagine if a Christian was trying to tell another Christian, not all Muslims are bad, and the other Christian was angry at all Muslims.
Well, I think I would have a hard time to convince her that I am not bad. I guess.
Well, you didn't
Even if
kill her.
that
That's
is
a start.
true. I wouldn't actually have done as much as I did if she didn't have my friend in the session.
Yes, I had heard about that. His name slips me at the moment. Serafino?
That's correct.
Ah,
He's in a
yes, the
worse
creepy
state.
one. That's right.
Yeah.
And for a moment there, I was thinking to ask you how he was doing.
But
I
at least he
apologize.
is doing.
Yes, at least he is doing. When it comes to that particular situation that he finds himself in, I usually find the rapid embrace followed by rapid consumption of a soul method seems to work best. Unless you can get your hands on a Tremere that really knows their stuff. Because then you can skip the middleman of the rapid embrace.
Hmm.
Or at least that's what I've heard.
Definitely be worth studying up more upon, she says as she looks out in the distance. I do think that the time for my other appointment is coming up.
Well, then, as unfortunate as it is, I shall part with you here, then, my lady.
Yes, it was lovely speaking, and I wish to speak more, especially about creation next time.
Creation. Oh, well, do my homework. And he kind of gives a little bit of a wink and a smile. Have a lovely evening. And simply disappears into the night.
You too, she says in a low voice as she then looks and disappear. And then she starts walking to the tavern again.
Okay. And then we're going to take another quick break. And we're going to come back to brunch, finally. All right,
Brunch.
BRB. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Children of the Cop. All right, so it isn't long after Blackblood leaves. Cassandra, I assume eventually you do make your way downstairs after getting yourself a little prepped up for the incoming brunch.
Mhm.
And maybe about 15 minutes of waiting is all that is necessary before. Go ahead.
When she's waiting, does she recognize anybody in the Painted Lady who, you know, she might have swindled during her time and may have gotten prized possessions of? Because if there's anyone there that in her adventures she has gotten their prized possessions, she'd like to have a quick talk with them. I know it's a long shot, but hey, they can't just stick to one tavern, come on.
In the Painted Lady, no. Sorry.
Okay. It's okay. Every place she'll keep an an eye out for those people. That's true.
But there are, of course, you know, the usual characters that you do see downstairs. And Rafik would be doing his thing. So you'll see him every once in a blue moon, popping his head out of the kitchen, you know, making his way outside to do something, and then popping back in with either buckets of water or perhaps some new groceries. He's just doing his thing. Beyond that, the only other thing of note is one of the times that Rafik goes out, as the door sort of swings open, for a brief moment you would notice Canis walking about, making her way towards the Armenian Quarter.
Okay.
And as the door swings close, it would open again a few seconds later with a radiating Sophia. She eagerly looks around the room, spots you immediately, and gives kind of a slightly disappointed look when she notices no one else has quite arrived yet. But she will make her way over to you and go, well, it's just you and I.
She'll probably give her quite a warm hug and quite a warm welcome.
Mm. So, how have you been?
It's been interesting. Do you want to grab a table over here just while we wait for everyone
Sure,
else? So I
that
know where
one.
you had in mind.
Yeah, we'll wait for the others here, and then there is a small place that I'd like to take everyone for our actual brunch. But speaking of which, does everyone eat food in the coterie?
Cecilia does. Okay, have I seen? I think I've seen a Jala eat. Have I?
Yeah.
Very often,
Yeah.
just as
Yeah.
freely as with blood.
Everybody Chi-Meg, but she's trying.
Everyone but Shemek. That is... We'll have to find a different arrangement for her, but mayhaps we just have her keep up the appearances of enjoying brunch. Other than that, enough about other people's problems. Positive you and I have much to catch up on, so... Oh, I can smell questions. Just throw them at me. Go ahead.
So many where I'm not entirely sure where to start.
Where to start? That is an excellent question. I suppose the most tantalizing of them all is, how did this beautiful woman pull it off? How did she break the unbreakable? Am I right?
That is very much on the tip of my tongue, yes.
Well, it took a bit of interesting reading, took a few favors with some individuals within the court of the Fatimid Caliph, but all relationships that had been fostered over my time in Principality of Antioch, thanks to you. And your grandiose introductions within the court. There was a particular book, one that shall not be named at this time, simply for the fact that part of the contract of renting and using the services of said book requires that I keep my mouth shut for a number of years, unfortunately.
Right, mouth shut, but anything about not,
That
writing.
is exactly where I was headed next. You see, nothing dictates within the contract that was signed about me writing out said book, and in which case, and she reaches into her dress, right around her breasts, and pulls out a small sheet of paper or piece of parchment and slides it over to you. You've gotten an interesting note that happened to come by my address the other night, and well, it's addressed to you, and I have not taken the time to read it, so.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Do you read it right there and then?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Depending how long it is.
So, what is mentioned? I don't know what the exact translation for the words are, so I'm just going to say the English version, and it is the Book of the Dead. But that would be written with its Egyptian title on the sheet of paper.
Okay. And does it have instructions on how to do it?
It does. The parchment is too small to have instructions. It's just large enough to contain the name of the book, however long that would be in Egyptian. Now, since we've gotten that particular thing out of the way, there's nothing in the contract about me not telling you the particular steps that I took. From what I needed, it was a bit of your vitae, a bit of your master's vitae, a bit of my own vitae, the soil from which you were born, the soil from which you died, which might be the same soil, and also something that you treasured immensely. That was a material object, not a person or animal.
She'll look confused at the soil that I died remark because she thought she was a ghoul.
Oh, yes.
Yes,
No, we do
very
have to
terribly
explain.
confused.
We do have to explain that little bit because, you were a, well, you were a blood thrall ghoul, involving in the breaking of said bond. One has to temporarily pass on. Not in the sense of an embrace, but simply your heart must stop beating. That was achieved through a lot of poisons and also a lot of antidotes for those said poisons. So,
Okay.
quite challenging, quite scary, I will say, but we did manage it.
Thank you.
No problem.
What was it that I treasured?
Oh, you had a... it was a backpack, actually. You had made it when you were very young, and you had made it in conjunction with your mother and father. It was beautiful. A little simple, but still it had its elegances, and you had added to the designs over the years. Initially, it started off as a simple leather pack, but you had a bit of artistry from that you had sort of sewn onto it of a garden in Athens, I believe. Unfortunately, though, as part of the ritual, it had to be burned.
And what of my parents? I know I haven't gotten in contact with them since, but do you know anything?
Well, I know that your mother has passed, but as far as I am aware, your father is alive and not the peak of health, but certainly not on death's door.
Do you think that I could get in contact with him, or do you think that would potentially let Artie be aware?
I think
Has
that
Artie moved on?
there are some discreet ways to get in contact with him in case Artie has any individuals keeping an eye out for missives between the two of you. Perhaps disguise said missives as a gift basket from a local lord would go a long way in making sure that your missive got to your father. In such regards, I do know there is the house of Lord Asterox. He is underneath your father's eye, essentially. His liege is your father. So it would not be highly suspicious for a package to arrive as a gift. Mayhaps write out a few letters, talk to and gain a rapport with this individual, and then see if the two of you can collaborate, you sending a missive to him and then him sending that missive via the gifts to your father. And from there, I'm sure it would be easier to open up communications in disguise of the two exchanging letters in the future beyond that.
Thank you. If you could write me how to get in contact with them, I'd very much appreciate it.
I have already taken the appropriate steps. And she goes into her other breasts and pulls out another piece of parchment, which has sort of the name's full title, what the equivalent of an address would be in this time period of that lord. It says that he is not in Sparta itself, but actually on the isles to the south of Sparta. My mind is blanking on exactly what that location is called, so I'm gonna go grab that location real quick because my brain is going. What was that called again? It is the island of Thera.
And who's Artie's new plaything? Do you know?
As far as I am aware, there is currently a woman rumored to have the looks of a particular Egyptian princess, but is not in herself actually Cleopatra.
Well, I hope that she has close friends like you to get her out of that situation.
Well, I certainly don't think she has a Mark Antony underneath her wing, but mayhaps she has some suitor out there who is looking out for her best interests.
How long did I know him before I thought it?
No more than a year and a half. And that was in relative passing.
Did I like him before I partook or no?
You thought he was cute? That's about all I knew.
Okay.
Sorry to say it, darling, but he kind of came out of left field. Which is a baseball term, which doesn't exactly make sense for this time period, but whatever the term would be.
She kind of looks uncomfortable. Just again, it's just something that just doesn't feel right. And from what Gregory mentioned, yeah, she's gonna move on from Archie because it just makes her feel uncomfortable just speaking about him. Okay, let's leave that. But I did have something else I wanted to ask you about when you were mentioning some passing on your travels. A tribe that you come across, or women, were they like us or were they more morning people?
Oh, no. They were Canaanites. They were a lot like the gangrel, and yet not the gangrel. I'm not entirely sure what they were. They were fascinating, strong, very strong of personality, one should say.
Whereabouts did you see them to?
Well, I, at the time, was in, oh shit, I can't, it's not Moldova, it's the other one. Muscovy.
How do you spell that?
Muscovy.
Muscovy. How long ago was that?
I want to say it was 2 years ago that I ran into them last.
So you ran into them more than once?
Yes, 3 times in total.
Do you have a way to get in contact with them?
Oh no! I was very fascinated with them, but I never got to really engage. Mostly, my interactions with them were seeing them from a distance, hearing of their deeds, and occasionally seeing the aftermath of them traveling through a particular area.
They sound fascinating.
Oh, they were.
I've run across them so many times. I've heard people barely come across them once in their lifetime.
It's
Did
all
there
about
seem to be a
location.
route? Did there seem to be any kind of route to their locations? Anything that you think would make it more likely?
Best I can tell, they seem to, at least where I ran into them, mainly stick around the Baltic Sea area and adjacent nations.
Thank you. If I ever get the honor of seeing them, I'll let them know you say hi.
The first one I actually ran into was in Pomerania.
Oh?
Quite interesting. But that is more than enough about me. What else? I mean, you have literally years to catch up on all the random shit I get up to.
It's just nice to hear you talk. Nice to get to know you again.
Oh, well, if it's getting to know me again, we could always go bust up a mortal party or screw over the mortal sheriff.
Be kind on the sheriff.
Oh, is
His
there a
lover
reason I
has
should be?
measles.
Oh. Oh.
Duchess too.
Rough. Okay, so maybe we don't mess with the mortal sheriff. But I do hear, in most recent news here in Jerusalem, the queen is having, shall we say, reluctancy to give up the throne to her son. Perhaps we could investigate that a bit more, get ourselves embedded in the local politics, and see how far we can drag this out.
That sounds delightful. Oh, that was actually something I wanted to ask. Speaking of, I guess, lineages. Do you ever see any markings on me, let's say?
I do believe there is a tattoo on you on your back somewhere that I briefly remember seeing slightly visible underneath one of your shorts at one time, but I've never actually seen it.
I was just wondering if that was a new addition of from before. It's good to know.
From what I could tell, it's been there for a while. Why?
I just wondered if that was something that happened since this new chapter of my life, or if that was something I was born with.
I see what
Seems
you
like
mean.
it's something I was born with. Maybe.
Maybe. I mean, you could have gotten it done, before we met, but not at the, beginning of your life. There are plenty of opportunities to get such lovely art. I thought about it for a while when Cecilia was gone. Of course, couldn't be. Doesn't exactly look great on a woman of my lineage to have such markings when one has responsibilities and has to go to court and has to bear children.
Oh, you could make it a fashion statement. I think having some across your collars
I
down
believe if I had mayhaps been lucky enough to be within the royal courts of Paris, yes, I could totally get away with it, and it would be fabulous. However, being where we were and sort of being enthralled in the political spectrum that is the Bordeaux region. Ugh, those people do not know style. They still think bronze is hot.
Should have let them know you. They have a lot to catch up on, more so than me.
Oh yeah, definitely so. Not to mention their brains are muddled with affairs and plots and conspiracies all over the Navarre and well, just the Iberian border in general.
Plots and affairs. You eat that shit up
Yes.
for breakfast.
I mean, I do, but it's quite boring when all you hear about is how there needs to be a push, a conquest or reconquest of the Iberian Peninsula, and Bordesian money is the money that shall pay for the endeavors of the Ostrogoths and Visigoths of northern Iberia. A true Christian kingdom once more in its true rightful place. Yada, 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 yada. Don't care.
Oh,
Sorry.
you are going to make the city fun.
I'm just saying, I'd much rather hear about, I don't know, the more pressing matters, the more pressing threats, the fact that the Burgundian League is beginning to slowly become a thing. Individuals and nobles within the eastern portions of the empire are slowly finding themselves separating from what is our lovely nation. I'd much rather hear of the threats from the Isle of the North above us and the various different, Essex, Sussex, Wales, yada, 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 and what the potential threats are. I mean, after all, it's not that long since the entire Norman invasion kicked off. Surely some repercussion will come from those isles slowly beginning to unite themselves. And I'd much rather, pay attention to threatening shit. But no, instead I must listen about Iberia and the various different Lombard families, and we could make so much money if we simply invested a few hundred ducats into the Genoa trade markets, and how beautiful the Venetian coast is this year. And I'm rambling, aren't I?
It's good. How would you like to prepare against some of these threats? Take some action. Or speed them up, depending what mood you're in.
Well, information is always key, as you well know. Understanding is another key. I mean, information without understanding is useless. Always understand the actions of others, even if it seems a foreign thought. And then, of course, the appropriate actions need to be taken. For instance, the Isles, while they are currently recovering still from the Norman invasions, they are also rapidly growing in nation sizes. I mean, have you seen the way that Wessex is sweeping across the southern portions of the Isles? It is fascinating. I mean, there might actually be one king in the Isles, and that is amazing. Also, something to be worried about when it comes to the safety and security of the kingdom. I mean, what
How so?
happens? Well, what happens when they decide in the Isles that because some of them have French descendants, suddenly they are viable for our thrones? Suddenly, some of our land is viable to be claimed by them as ancestral rights. I mean, sure, you look at the time scale, you look at who's sat on what throne in both the Isles and in France, but at the same time, you look at it and say, well, it's not a weak casus belli, and it's not a strong casus belli, but it is a casus belli. And that's worrying.
And how would you change that?
Kill the current king of Wessex. Replace him with someone more agreeable to the French way of thinking. Moldable. I like that word. I'm going to use that word from now on. Moldable. And it makes sense with who I am. Hello, moldable. Either way, replace them with someone more moldable. And simply, yes, you can unite the Isles. Wonderful idea. But for the interests and the good of the people of France. Also, stop the fucking bickering between West and Eastern France. I mean, dear God. The Carlings. Ooh.
Some bickering is good. It keeps them entertained.
Some bickering is good. Bickering that's definitely going to lead to a civil war in a couple of years, not good. I can foresee a total civil war taking place in France, probably somewhere around the next, 20, 30 years. Give or take.
And while that may be good for some people's pockets, it gets tedious.
While that will be extremely good for the merchants of the Lombardy nations, that is going to be a devastation to our economies at home. And if this whole Bordesian money transfer to the Iberian Peninsula Reconquista thing takes place, Bordeaux might as well become a satellite of some other nation at that point.
That's quite a few leaps, though, in the future.
Is it really? Is it really? I don't know. Maybe I'm overthinking the situation. Maybe, just maybe, there won't eventually be a Confederacy of the Rhine. Maybe, just maybe, Bohemia will get its shit together and actually deal with the Avars. Maybe, just maybe. I don't know. Although I did hear that there was an interesting bit of news in Iberia where apparently all three bloodlines are related. Like there's one brother on one throne, there's another brother on another throne, and there's a sister on another throne. And apparently one of the brothers was fucking the sister who killed the other brother, and something's happened there. It's weird. I didn't get all the information, but it sounded fascinating. And then, of course, right after I learned that small smidgen of information that I feel would have dedicated, I don't know, like at least 5 years of my life to investigating, I get turned.
You could still pick it up or pick someone else to do it for you.
True, but is it really that important anymore? I mean, now I have to worry about entirely different organizations and nations, and it's a whole new headache. I mean, I can spend the next 40 years learning about the intricacies and the politics of Canaanite society. I mean, dear God, the Ashira Caliph, or Caliphate, or however they say it. That is a nearby threat to us currently. What exactly they will do and what their goals are, no clue. Now we have the Diet of Olives here in the Levant, of course. There is the Order of Azaniel, sort of close to Armenia. There is... there was some fancy, fantastic name that was in the Constantinople region. The Something of Shadows. Treaty of Shadows or some current, I don't know, confederation of Canaanites in Constantinople that sounded fascinating, but I've completely forgotten what they were called now off the top of my head, now that I actually am attempting to think about it. Of course, there's then your hometown, Sparta, and that surrounding region. You have apparently what is called Achaia. I don't know what that is. It sounds fucking interesting, but I have to learn about it. It's just something I will have to do. You have the followers of Set, who are taking over a vast majority of the Fatimid Caliph. You know, there's... Oh... Who are the Strimmen? I've heard of this nation of Canaanites known as the Strimmen. Who are they? Where are they? You know, there's the League of Beasts in sort of that... it's in that northern portion of around where... how to say it? Oh boy, my geography is failing me at the moment. Close to Lithuania, but not exactly Lithuania. Anyways. What the fuck is a League of Beasts?
I am not the foggiest, but we do have at least 2 wonderful libraries here, if you ever have the pleasure to visit. One
that's
belonging to our dear sheriff, and the one belonging to Mara.
Oh, and then I think there's one in Italy, one nation of Canaanites known as Via Picata or Via Picati. Oh, so much to learn, so little time. Well, that's not true.
What did you
All
hear
the
of
time in
them?
the world. I believe they were brought up when I was doing some looking around in some merchant circles. Not here, but over in Tel Aviv. There was Magdalena. That's what her name. She gets kicked out of council once, and suddenly I start forgetting her names. Magdalena had brought them up very briefly, and they sounded fascinating. But again, I know nothing of them. The
Once you
Sea of
return,
Shadows.
hopefully
The
you
Sea
can
of Shadows.
answer.
That's the nation that was owning Constantinople. The Sea of Shadows. I'm sorry, I'm boring you with geography, aren't I?
It's a lot of terms I have absolutely no familiarity with.
And it's about at this time, Cecilia, you will have walked in.
All right. Do I see them?
Yeah, you would see the two of them conversing, and it looks like your mother is very excitedly trying to explain something, but she's just asked a question. Yeah.
I start heading over there.
So, as you head over there, Cassandra, of course, you would notice her first, as currently Sophia's back is turned towards the door.
Yeah, Cassandra, wave.
Way back. Hello there. I hope you didn't have to wait long.
If I did, it has passed by in a millisecond, because I have been having a lovely conversation. Where have you been?
I have been out talking with Gabriel.
Gabriel.
How did it go?
Is he not on the other faction?
Yes, he is an enemy.
Interesting.
It seems I speak to enemies more often than allies these days. But what do you say? Keep your enemies close?
Keep your enemies closer.
Yeah. Maybe that's how to say it. Your friends close and your enemies closer. Whatever.
Yeah, yes. No particular, upset. Either way. How have you been? And also, very nice on the choice of apparel. I like it.
Thank you.
Oh, please sit. We are waiting for Chimeg and Ajala. I'm assuming they will arrive soon. Or we can just go, just the three of us, have brunch. If they're not here within the next, I don't know, 5 minutes.
We should keep them a little time. Maybe they have had a hiccup. I know that Chimek is doing something really important. I don't know what Yala is doing, but I guess it is important, whatever he's doing. We don't seem to do much things these days that are not super important to our survival, so...
We'll catch a breather one of these nights.
Oh, before I forget. I have, well, Dantine and herbs, I have them.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah.
Right,
just
for your friend, your fur friend.
Yes, exactly. I also have some, and she says this a little lower, Bali books, if you're going to study those, to see if there's any one of those in the city.
Good.
It was kind of cheap to get all this. I only have to find cigars.
Cigars? What is a
Cigars?
cigar?
Something you smoke, apparently. There's some new thing or old thing. Maybe new for this era. I'm not so versed in this, but it's apparently a new thing. Well, a somewhat new thing. And I'm supposed to get many different flavors.
Well, I know of tobacco coming from the India trades, but
Maybe they
are
have
you
something.
saying this is a new type of tobacco, or
I think so. That would make sense.
still smoked via pipe? Yes.
No, that was the. But didn't I think he said you didn't use a pipe for it? That was the thing with it. Maybe I would be wiser when I actually find them and buy them. Indeed, it sounds sophisticated. Well, tobacco normally comes in a box. Well, I still don't really know. Do you read Babylonian, by the way, Sophie? Nej, ja. Well, I can't remember a second it was even mentioned in my tutoring, so I guess you skimmed down on that. We have found some scripts in that language, and neither of us seem to be able to read them correctly. Well, maybe you know even more than me about it. I thought that they had books. Isn't there Babylonian scriptures of some sort, or parchment? All right. There is a lot of strange things going on. I actually read the book during the evening last well, before I went to sleep, and I couldn't read it, I think, but I don't remember of it, and I wrote down a lot of things, like I was dreaming almost. Indeed. I will have to.
No. Wonderful. Yeah.
I would almost guess that it's no one's expertise.
What did you write though?
A lot. In Babylonian, I think. I
Or
think
is in a language you can't comprehend?
I don't. I will just double check. And she takes out one of the parchment she wrote and see if it looks Babylonian.
Loading, loading, loading. Intelligence core difficulty 6. 1 success.
One success. Wow. Huh. You recognize that there are words on the page.
It looks like you've written a lot. Appears to be a sentence structure in what I cannot tell you. I can tell you that it isn't, and she'll name all the languages she can speak.
Yeah. She take the paper and like, it's gonna take time for me. I must find someone that can teach me this language. As I wrote way too much, and she put it on in a bag with all the other papers.
So I assume you have no contacts here in the city that mayhaps might have read Babylonian at one point.
I was going to check if maybe Mara knows. Maybe she can.
I haven't met Mara too many times, so I
Well,
wouldn't be able to tell you if she strikes me as a Babylonian girl, but...
Well, she's a Tremere. I can think that maybe she has more language knowledge.
More into the
than-
weird thing. Yeah, sure.
Maybe there is some Tremere texture that apparently only can be translated in Babylonian. I don't know.
No idea. Sorry, my speciality is in shaping the flesh, not shaping reality.
Same.
Well, either way, as it seems that our friends are held up, why don't you say we just go out and have brunch ourselves?
She looks to the door. I guess. We should leave a note at least to the bartender where we are going.
Fatma! Leave a note for Chimeg and Ajala that we will be at Krusovo's Sandwiches and Delights.
All right.
Fatma kind of nods his head and, okay, very well. What Sandwiches and Delights? She's like, yes, Sandwiches and Delights. Well, ladies, she goes ahead and stands.
Cecilia also stands.
Please lead the way.
All right. And with that, she turns on her heels and makes her way for the door, opens it wide, and holds it open for the two of you to make your way out. Well, I believe that the fastest way to get there is that way. And she starts heading off towards the Armenian quarter.
I hope it's not too much to the south as werewolves get thicker and thicker.
Not to worry, it's right around the corner. Almost literally. And she crosses the street, makes her way briefly into an alleyway and then onto the main thoroughfare to the left of that alleyway. And you find there is a little hole in the wall restaurant. It almost looks like a hole in the wall cafe. It's got 2 circular tables that sit on the outside with 6 chairs around them. And it has this aged, sort of worn, not tarp, but large tarp that sort of hangs off the front of the building so that if it ever rains, the patrons sitting at the tables won't get rained on. There is no door to the establishment. Instead, what it is it's just the outline of where small stained glass window panes would go, but it looks like they're still waiting on the stained glass to arrive. There is a tiled, a crude tiled floor that stretches out in this 20 by 40 foot small open room, essentially. That is the shop. There are 4 tables on the inside with 4 chairs each, 4 square tables that are just pushed to the side. A small line of individuals who are sort of talking and drinking and waiting for their orders. This wafting smell of breakfast food that just sort of lingers in the air. And you can see in the back of the restaurant, over by sort of this large open pit, almost grill. There is a older gentleman, probably in his mid to late 40s, Muslim descent, long slick black hair that goes to just about his shoulders, with streaks of gray through it, a beard that is well kept, but it's just mainly the goatee itself, and then it comes down into a fine point. And there are a couple of streaks of gray through that. He's wearing sort of a little bit of a gussied up apron from working with food, more than likely for the last several hours. A nice fine set of clothing underneath that apron, which is being kept luckily immaculately clean aside from the apron. Just working his way, talking to people here and there, getting orders, going over to the grill, throwing some fresh slabs of meat, or carefully putting down a metal slab and then putting down some cut of a wheel of cheese onto that metal slab to slightly melt it. He's got a whole little process and a variety of various different local sauces that he has in these well-kept containers around the grill that occasionally, when he's done cooking the meat, he'll take this large, essentially tortilla. It's not actually a tortilla, but it's got like the look of one. It's a little thicker than your usual tortilla and looks a little bit more floury than your usual tortilla. And he'll put down what meat he was cooking on it, take like 1 or 2 of the sauces and put it in a line next to it on either side, take a bit of the melted cheese and slather that over the top of it, roll it up, and then package it for someone to either head out with it or put it on a small plate and hand it to a person so that they can go to one of the tables. She says, I found this place last night while I was searching for a place for us to brunch, and I think it is excellent.
Looks cozy.
I think so too. That table over there is the one we will take. And she quickly makes her way towards the table that is like nearest the essential bar that separates the people ordering and him cooking. So, I have already taken the liberty of preparing our orders ahead of time because I figured I'd choose something that sort of fit everyone's taste. And seeing as two of us are missing, I'm a little upset. I'll have to get those as best as I can to go. But hey, maybe you guys can give them to them, and we'll see how they like them later. Food is brought out, so is quite a bit of drink. There aren't any wines or ales, but there are very flavorful meads that are brought to you.
During the time that they prepare, I want
Mhm.
to take out some parchment and write a letter as we are waiting, basically.
Okay. Who are we writing our letter to?
I'm writing the letter to Alexander, my ghoul at the clothing store.
Okay.
It is basically an order that I want him to fix for me, and I will pay it on pickup.
Okay.
And it will be a new armor for me, and a new bow, and clothing that goes to the armor. And this will be more made as a whole set with the red theme and with our faction symbol, like our mark in this area. And it will also be a personal symbol that is a combination of the Montfort symbol and a rose.
Okay.
Basically, it's that. And then I'm going to send it with a runner, basically.
Okay, easily enough done. You quickly find there's a younger teenage boy who has just finished eating, and looks like he's normally a messenger during the day and is kind of off right now. But if you quickly get his attention and tell him where you need to get a letter delivered, he'll ask you for like 2 copper, and then he'll run that letter for you immediately.
Yeah, I gave him 2 copper. Oh, I also I had this cloak before that could cover things up with. I'm gonna buy a new one of those because that also broke. Like this, looks more simple cloak that you can have over it, but easy to move in.
Preferred color?
Dark gray.
All right, great.
Right, and it's gonna have a hood as well, that you can pull up as well.
Yep.
Right, cool.
Meanwhile, so I was talking Cassandra's ear off about mortal and politics and concerns about, our home and yada, yada, yada. And then I got into the whole, and then I was turned and all the politics changed thing. Cassandra, once again, I do apologize about that. But I do have a bit of an interesting question. Have you guys been in the Levant for all of the time that you've been awake? And this question is for both of you.
Well, most of the time, yes. I've actually been at the estate of Bartholomew, where I basically did medicine training and things like that to learn more about the body.
Interesting. You, Cassandra?
Again, has Sophie said what other languages she speaks apart from French?
Yeah, you would know that Sophie doesn't speak Greek very well, but can speak it.
Okay.
She speaks French. She speaks Italian. She would also probably speak a little bit of German.
Which, apart from German, because I can't speak that, of French traditions, obviously Italian and Greek. Which one of those languages would be like less common around here? Do you think she was to say this without being overheard?
The
Just in case.
less common of them would be, you would think it would be more common because it's Greek and it's closer, or at least the nations that speak it are closer. However, Italians and French are the main proponents of the Crusades and also the mercantile trade here in the Levant. So those are the more common languages.
Okay, so she'll say in Greek that she woke up on Mount Olympus and give a brief kind of overview of where she travelled before her and Bart found each other and got here.
So in slightly broken Greek, she will sort of respond back. Interesting. In the mountain.
I pretty much got my, well, no. It's a safety she could lie about this. Somebody was digging, but they we didn't finish the job.
Did you happen to eat this somebody, or they just disappeared?
They just disappeared. Like, they left their tools. I don't know if that's why it took me 3 months instead of 6 months instead of 3 months. I don't know. And I asked around. Nobody had any idea. Like, I found the blacksmith that supplied these tools. Not the foggiest. But yeah, no, I didn't see any blood or any signs of a struggle or nothing. Just their tools.
Were they armed? She says in Latin. Or they disappeared.
Sandra doesn't speak Latin.
Doesn't matter. You understand?
Oh, yeah.
You understand, yeah.
Yeah, I forget. It was like pickaxes and such. That was the tools that we used. I don't know. That was all that was there after I got myself out. Just a bunch of tools and nobody.
Interesting. It's an exotic place to be
Very
in.
much so, yes.
Does she respond that in Latin or in Greek? She's probably confused with our language. How we
this
speak now.
is very true. Oh boy, wait a minute. Your mother can't speak Latin, so she would not have responded.
She can't. Oh,
no,
she can't speak
She didn't learn Latin. That's not one of the languages she learned. Your father could speak Latin very fluently, so she didn't have to.
Language confusion.
You just look expectantly.
So she's just like, she's just like on the other side of the table, like they're clearly speaking two different languages, and I am not getting it.
Oh, she'll just probably switch back to Egyptian. To be honest, that was the only bit that needed to be quiet, so we could go back to normal now. But yeah, poetic, I guess. I don't know. Bit weird to wake up with not a clue, and that being where.
I mean, I'm interested in how someone got you inside the mountain without, clear signs of you being placed there. Like, did they dig out?
You're the one who arranged it. You tell me. Did you not give them a special request?
No, I just told them that they had to do it in that area. I didn't say do it in a mountain. I just thought it would be cool. I didn't think, I really need to pay that person a lot more money. Can I get a redo? Can I get put in the mountain?
Can you contact them again so easily?
It'll probably take me about a month to get in contact with them, but yeah, I can get in contact with them.
Do you think we could maybe get away for Bart to be in contact with this person?
Well, I'd have to really meet Bart first, because we haven't really done that. So
Mhm.
how about we do introductions of me and Bart, and then we move on to Bart and him.
I'm just curious. He said he's been searching for him for so long. Surprised that he hasn't been so fruitful.
Well, the impression that I get is Theano doesn't want to be found. He's just
Unless you
wants
have
to
a
be...
very deep pocket.
Yeah, unless you have extremely deep pockets. Honestly, I'm surprised no one who's been looking for him has just tried to bait him out with money. But then again, maybe everyone who's been looking for him didn't know that you could bait him out with money.
What's he spending it on?
Definitely not his clothes. I mean, the man practically, he dresses almost like a monk, pretty much. Slightly different, but close enough, and he hangs around monks, which I don't know why. Also, it brings up like the really interesting question of, is this a whole the church thing? I don't know. It's far too early for Martin Luther to have written anything, so she won't say those comments. Well, I thought there would be more discussion, though, with us having brunch with the ladies, so...
I have a hard time not focusing on the things that are burning. At, well, the gate. Oh, I need to speak with so many. I need to speak to Mara. I need to speak to this Trusella character, whoever that is. And now apparently I have to speak. What to say?
What was that name again?
Trusella, Mistress Trusella. She's apparently taking over from a missing person named what is his name again? Well, anyway, basically there are some Nosferatus that didn't come to join the fight. And apparently they're now working for someone known as Mistress Trusella, and I need to speak to her to see where she stands in their faction.
I'm sorry, Mistress who?
Mistress Trusella.
Drusella or Trusella?
I don't know. Maybe Drusella. It was hard to hear that. It was,
That's a weird name. Either way.
She's gonna. Well, I have requested her to contact me with a message. Duke Effern was the person that is missing.
Oh, yes, the Nosferatu Knight of the... Oh boy, it's some order of lepers. Order of... I can't remember the order, sorry.
Order of now eaten by a Jala.
Yeah.
St. Leopold, that's the one, yeah.
Yeah. All right. In any way, I want to know where this character is standing in all this, and yeah, if there's going to be a new neutral faction going on. It might be good to recruit it to our side, if otherwise the enemy would probably do that.
More than likely, yes. I mean, are these people sell swords? Are they looking for a blood tax to join?
Yeah, that is the good question.
Also, where have they been? I thought I knew a decent amount of the Canaanites in this city, but apparently not.
Yeah, I never heard about that name either before. So someone might not be someone that is in the city. Maybe it's only using ghouls for communication or something.
To what
Maybe
end
someone
and
who
why
wants to move in.
Jerusalem?
Yeah, maybe someone who wants to move in. Who knows? Maybe this is the Bali people we are searching for. I don't know. That would be very
Maybe.
strange, but weird things have happened in this city, so I will not rule it out.
How have you all been doing on the making friends department? Cassandra,
Well,
you gave me a look.
Slowly, but slow and steady. Spoke to our friend about your plan without, giving any details to who you are.
Hmm.
They're going to talk it over.
Ah, that friend about that plan. Ah, yes. Interesting.
Apart from that, got a potential friend / blackmail situation. No, we'll see how that goes. Okay.
Well.
With my property pretty much basically owned, I do want to start business again, like before. Gregory seemed a bit nervous on that. He thought it would send a certain someone over here. I take it you don't think that would be the case.
News takes a while to spread. By the time he hears about it, we're way in the south. I'm sure you can start it and get it going plenty well. Oh! News spreads really slow. So, by the time it would get to him, you'd be truly and well established, in my opinion. Especially news about merchants.
Do you think he would care if his new Cleopatra?
Well, what I would want to say would be a bit uncouth, so I will refrain from saying it.
Oh, I insist you say it.
Depends on how good his new poon is.
I retract that statement about you saying it.
That's what I thought.
Well, other friends you have is Canis and Alexis, I would say, are we kind of good friends with, and Mara.
Why Alexis?
He's basically hiring everyone in our coterie but me. So
because he has access to a library.
So does Mara.
You need more. And he's a Simish.
That's dangerous.
Well, before you came, there was only one way I could turn to if I wanted to learn anything more hidden.
Yeah, fair enough. I'm just saying, it's a dangerous proposition from now on.
Yeah, I know that Alexis is dangerous and maybe it's not really friend, but we are getting a lot of information through him.
Master the Spy is what Bart said his nickname was. And you mentioned about the roaches.
What did you say? You mentioned
about the whole roaches thing. I still find the gifts a bit creepy, not going to lie. But you do.
Roaches?
Gift? What do you say? What do you mean? Gift is greedy. I don't understand what you mean.
Am I cutting out what's going on?
Maybe. I didn't hear or understand.
Nope, I heard everything that you said. I understood everything that you said. Cecilia's just missing it in the moment.
Oh, the gift. Okay.
Uh-huh.
Well, it is, for example, the herbs comes from him.
Okay.
I appreciate that.
which is good to have with the Bali books we get from him. There's a lot of things connected that is good. And because we made that friendship, he's now also joined the Christian faction with the whole of the Jewish faction standing behind it.
Oh boy,
Meaning-
this sounds like at least 2 or 3 life boons
That's-
that you guys owe him.
Big news. How did you manage that?
Well, I spoke up and asked the question during a meeting with the Christian faction where basically which leader that would make sure not to slay the Jewish people, for example, but in better words, and how you would recruit them to the cause. And apparently that was liked by the Jewish community that someone asked that question. And from that, I got in contact with him more. And the price for him joining was already set, and no life boons have been given. I don't even own him a minor boon.
Shocking.
Hmm.
Well, apparently you owe him cigars.
Yes, that's true. Well, actually, I do own him a minor boon when I think of it. A very small on the front for early on.
Aha.
That is true. I own him a minor boon. But he doesn't like minor boon. He wants to trade it for something more probably later, something small. But anyway, I wouldn't give him a life boon. That I would rather leave the city.
I would highly suggest not doing that.
So I would say that it's been very fruitful in our exchange.
Okay.
I am pretty sure that Boniface, how we are approaching the Christian faction, why we are offered these things from Ezekiel, is partly based on probably that we did this, that we got the Jewish to join, because it changed the power scale a lot. Probably why the Muslims haven't struck yet, maybe even. And started to heavily trying to recruit the Cappadocians, I guess is what they tried to do. Trying to snatch everyone as neutral at the moment.
I would think the Muslims haven't struck, less so because the Jewish are now on your side, and more so because of the fact that if they were to truly strike, that would cause, well, another holy war amongst the mortals. One that, as much as we'd like to say, would not affect us, would affect us.
Yeah. But anyway, like, I just wanted to defend myself that I think it's a good idea that I have Alexis and these exchanges with him.
Okay. I'm just saying, don't trust him.
I trust very few people in the city.
I'm sure Canis is one of them, though, right?
Unfortunately, yes. I have a really hard time not trusting Canis.
This is what I
That's probably
feel.
going to be my downfall.
Yes. More than likely, this dog woman will stab you in the back severely. And she kind of chuckles as she says that.
No, she would never.
Ajala and Chimeg, it's about at this time that you guys arrive back at the Painted Lady. Chimeg, your person would have eventually made his way into the Muslim quarter. Assuming that you probably followed him a little bit longer, he would have eventually gone into a small shop off of Via Dolorosa. And he would have just disappeared into the shop.
What was the shop?
The shop would have been it's a small trading emporium for herbs and spices. For Ajala, no artists.
Yeah, he'll make his way back, indeed. If no one shows up in limited amount of time.
So when you two arrive back at the door essentially at the same time, Fatma would immediately tell you to, you are supposed to go I've already forgotten the name of the place. Something about sandwiches and lights, and it's around the corner.
Does that ring any bells whatsoever?
Perception investigation. Or no, wits investigation. Both of you.
Jala already suggests basically talking to Chimeg's ghoul. He knows more about food.
Chimeg, you remember there was this like cute little sandwich shop that's like less than a block away in the Armenian Quarter. Probably what he's talking about. You don't remember the name of it though.
There's a sandwich shop nearby. Could be considered around the corner.
Worth the hassle, I guess. Let's have a look. See you later, fat man. Also, yeah, has Cat been in?
I don't know. She doesn't use the front door a lot.
Would you have 1 minute before we leave?
Sure.
I'm mentioning that this at Chimeg.
Oh, okay.
Oh, sure.
I'll quickly run upstairs to Cat's room and knock.
Okay, you knock.
Mhm.
There's the sound of a scraping chair against wood as it is moved from in front of a door, and eventually the door opens. Yes. Oh,
Evening.
yes. Hi.
Hi. Did you find anything out, by any chance?
Not yet.
Wait, it's still the same night?
Yeah.
Right. I'll leave you to it, and I'll make my way back downstairs.
Bye. Slams the door. Scraping of wood.
It's sometimes really hard to tell the nights apart, you know. Let's go.
As he did that, could I go and find both Batu and Rafik?
Oh, they wouldn't be hard to find. You literally look into the open door of the kitchen, and Batu is like currently. You just get the imagery of something meat-like being thrown in Batu's general direction, and Batu catching it and eating it in midair.
It's gonna become so fat.
Oh yeah. You make your way into the kitchen, and sure enough, Rafik is in there cooking away.
Rafik?
Oh yeah, hey, how you doing?
I'm good. Everything good here?
Yes, everything is all right here. You know, I'm only going to be cooking for like another hour, and then I'm done. I'm not cooking anymore for this man. At least not today. Maybe I'll do like an hour a day, you know, something like that. But I'm not.
Whatever you want. Well,
Whatever I want.
Do you have a bit of time later?
Anything for you.
There's a shop.
We can go now.
Down. I was hoping you could check it out without me, actually.
Ah, okay. Now I get what you mean. Well, it's better than cooking. And he puts his apron and he just leaves the food that's there and goes, Fatma, you're cooking now. All right, what am I doing? Please get me out of this hell. I am done cooking, please. Please.
There's a trading emporium of herbs and spices down by the, I think it's called Dolorosa or something like that.
Via Dolorosa.
Yeah. That's a weird name. Anyway, do you know it?
No, but I can find it.
If you could figure out what exactly they are trading in and who owns it. There's a man that I saw walking into it that looked like the most average person you can imagine. And she'll kind of describe him roughly. I want to know who he is. He had a limp as well.
Okay.
I'll describe that.
Slightly shorter left leg.
Yeah.
I am not familiar with what the centimeter is, but sure.
Well, about this much, I guess. She'll show it.
Okay. All right.
Wait. You're describing a centimeter to a man. Is it about this size?
Jesus Christ. All right. So, anyways.
Oh no, wait. It's more like
All
touching itself.
right. So,
Men and centimeters.
Jesus Christ. Anyways, I will go investigate. Sure. What do you want me to do if I find him?
Nothing really.
Or this shop? Should I just find the place, or should I find the man within the place?
Just take a look around.
Sure.
Don't. I'm not completely certain what it is, if it's something to do with our kind. So just don't get in trouble.
All right.
Buy some spice.
So I'm back to the cooking thing. Very well. All right. I needed some.
You don't have to cook with it if you don't want to.
If I'm going to buy fucking spice, it's going to be cinnamon, and I'm going to cook with it. God damn it.
Fair enough.
Really?
But yeah, if you can check it out a bit, see what you find.
Maybe turmeric.
I hate turmeric. Why do
Yeah, it's not very good, but sometimes it adds a little something here and there. Just depends on the day. I didn't know you had a wide variety of spice profiles within.
Me neither. I just came in stupidly. Strange. Anyway.
Good to know. She hates turmeric. Thyme.
Yes.
Okay. Cilantro.
I have no idea.
Oh. I will ask more questions like this in the future. I think this is getting somewhere. Anyways, moving on.
Yeah. We're heading out. I'll take Bauta with me.
Okay. Batu waddles over to you because she is very full.
And I'll walk out to meet the Jala again.
So, sandwich place. You happen to know where?
If it's the one I think, check it out, I guess.
Let's have a look.
All right. You guys make your way out of the Painted Lady into the Armenian Quarter, and it's not long before you see a small sandwich place. Now, initially, you don't see Cecilia or Cassandra or Sophia sitting out on the two outer tables, but seeing as the place is rather open, just simply standing in front of the establishment, you would quickly spot the three of them sitting at one of the tables, currently in a bit of a conversation. So you're going to eventually get backstabbed by your lovely dog woman, Canis. You more than likely trust this Bartholomew. Because why wouldn't you? He was your mentor for a year. And who else do we have in the city? Cassandra and Cecilia, you both would see the two of them arriving at the door to the sandwich place. But Sophia's back is once again turned away from the door, so she does not see them.
Cassandra will wave, and then she'll also say to Sophie, I'm not entirely sure, because I still haven't had a proper tour of the city yet. So there's still plenty of faces that I am not familiar with.
Okay.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of people we'll be speaking to. And there's people that are considered our allies in the Christian faction, but not
Sure.
many that we are close with. I would say that
What is our
closest
relation with Gabriel?
Gabriel is the enemy, but
Sure, but is he hot?
About that. Jealous as he sits
no,
down.
it's not.
No?
that.
Okay, good.
Well, I haven't thought about it.
What do you
I
mean
know
you
she's
haven't
like-
thought about it?
I have been
Oh.
thinking too much being backstabbed by someone when I'm close to him. He's like the teacher of
Talking about
Habiba.
Habiba,
By the way,
Oh, by the way, Cecilia, did you celebrate in the end?
No, I haven't yet.
Okay.
I have to do
Gabriel's
that.
for those of you wondering, Gabriel, appearance 4.
All right. So she will be like, I guess it's okay. I haven't thought. I don't know. I see him more as a learning opportunity than I want to go to bed with him.
That is how it starts, sweetie. I mean, usually he's just the good-looking tutor, and then things happen.
But he's an Assamite. I don't want to get in bed with an Assamite, as I can easily get pricked by something, and then for some reason I can be killed from a mile away. Hello, Ayala.
Hi. Speaking of, what are we doing about you know who?
Oh, hey,
Mhm.
Ajala, how you doing? Meg, hello, sit down. She goes ahead and motions for for one of the waiters to bring over the food that she was going to have to go, but is now being brought over to you.
Just say the word, and our friend from Darom might not be no more.
Why haven't we
Yeah,
done that already? Shouldn't you just do that?
I don't think we need. Do we need to kill him? Is it
Yes, you so need to kill him in a spectacular fashion. And by spectacular, I mean while he's in bed asleep.
Would he be asleep now, you think?
Well, I think
He's
it's
a
a bad
priest,
idea.
probably not.
No. He's
How
either got
does it
some
look?
poor altar boy, or he's giving a sermon at this time of night. Think about it.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's a
Okay.
bad idea. I think we should wait.
How does he die when you do it?
That is a good question.
It's not pretty.
Is it like bleeding out of all of the orifices? Is it like a heart attack?
He would bleed out of all of the orifices, as in.
That is
more
not
than
subtle.
likely. No.
No.
I am really, really eager to end him, though. But yeah, I'll restrain myself.
Maybe, hey, just maybe, if you really want to fuck with him, kill him while he's at communion.
It would be so funny. I
mean,
would
you wanna
actually
time
want
it as a
to be in
set?
the room, though, in that case.
Wait for him to say, if God doesn't want me to, then he can strike me down as I am. And then you do it? Is that what you're
Boom.
suggesting?
There you go. I mean, don't get me wrong.
We
There
need
are
to
going to be a
find out where he's
lot of
doing
people who
sermons.
gain a lot of faith the moment that happens, but it would be hilarious. And I'm saying that as an actual practicing Christian. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I need to find out where he does sermons and just go to his sermons.
Maybe stay away from him so he doesn't get to you. We can cover the bridge of killing him if he starts to actually doing things against us again. Maybe
Well,
he will
how
find
long
enemies.
do you have before you're not able to kill him anymore?
Well, each passing day makes it harder.
Okay, so
But
kill
then
him
again,
now.
He is a regular at the Painted Lady at the very least, so I can.
He's a regular for now. He is the bishop of Daram. Daram is to the south of here, sweetie. He's not going to stay here forever.
And if he travels away, our problem is solved either way.
Is it?
Still talking to whatever.
I'm so inclined to agree with your mother.
Well, if
Because
you kill
I am
someone
the voice of
important-
reason, bitches.
Well, what happens if we kill him and he has told someone about what he's doing, and then they decide, oh, he was actually not bullshitting, and they send 10 more?
It's a valid concern. He was actually not bullshitting. But let's look at the facts here. If he just dies from bleeding out from all of his orifices, walking down a street or giving a sermon or in bed, with no
They
one
might-
around
Does he
him.
swim?
Huh?
Does he swim? That'd be a way for him to bleed out and it not look too noticeable afterwards.
Does anyone
That's
know if he
an idea,
swims?
yeah.
I have no clue if he swims. Isn't probably, I don't know. It's a priest. Do priests swim? Can priests
Oh.
swim? I don't know.
I mean, anyone can swim as long as they put their mind to it or are fat enough.
I'm sorry.
That was a really evil comment. I just want to
I
say,
shouldn't laugh
out of
at that,
character.
but- yeah,
Ooh.
I shouldn't be laughing at that, but that was horrible.
Remember,
I think
hold the
if-
words against the characters, not the players. That includes the
I-
DM.
I think if he should do something, it would be trying to lead him to find some of the kindred on the other side of this conflict, and then he might be satisfied when that is done, because he thought that he found the wrong things of the city.
How long is that going to take, though?
Patience,
Forever.
mother. You could wait 40 years, 30 years before you found me. You can wait a little longer.
Sweetie, it's not about a patience thing in this particular instance. What I am worried about is the longer we give this issue time to breathe, the harder it is for your friend here to get rid of said issue.
Extinguish it.
The harder it is then to re-establish said connection to be able to do it. Especially if he gets called away in the next few days. Especially if he decides that he's going home. Especially if he gets, I don't
Do we
know.
have? I do
Weren't
remember-
Weren't he also talking to some kind of high priest or something?
Yes.
There's
Okay.
been rumors about dark things in the night,
Yes.
probably because of him.
Yeah. And what do you think what will happen if he suddenly dies from dying out of all his orifices?
Yes, of course, but still needs to die.
No, going home would be the best course of action for him. If he thinks that he can't find anything here, then he goes home. Or someone higher up say that he should stop with the foolishness and travel and do something else.
Okay, if that is the better solution here, what will it take in order for us to get to the situation where he is called away? Where he is told that he must go back home, where he is told that his flock misses him and he needs to tend to them.
Imagine that people in this flock started dying the way that he is so intent on finding. But that would take.
That would
not only a lot
draw
of work, it would make more
suspicion to the
suspicion
realm.
happen.
And it would implicate that he is right in some manner, just that he was looking in the wrong place.
It would at least get him back there.
Sure.
But I don't like.
But
the
what's to
idea
stop him
of-
from coming back here in the next 5 years afterwards?
Exactly.
We need to kill this man or get rid of this man in a fashion so that he, nor anyone like him, comes back within at least the next 40 years.
Can't we just ghoul him or something?
Well, he
Already
is
had some of your
already
blood.
attracted to me, probably at this point. Thing is, I don't like the idea of him living. He's a living problem.
All right, this is depressing. What else can we talk about?
I saw 6 rats carrying away a map today.
6 rats carrying away a... Wait, what now?
My
Could be
brain
well trained.
heard something entirely different until I heard rats carrying something away today, and I was like, what?
Six rats were carrying something like
A map.
as
Like food?
In
teamwork.
tandem.
Oh, no, a map.
No, a map.
And someone controlling the rats then.
At the very least.
Someone picked it up, the map.
Oh, who? Someone know?
I haven't seen him before, but it was extremely plain, so
Have we seen any?
Yes.
I do believe I've seen a
Average.
very average person before in Jerusalem.
I mean, when you say plain, what do you mean by plain?
Yeah, I'll
well,
ask for more description.
I mean, the only thing that was really stood out about him was that his right leg was like a few centimeters shorter. So he had a
Would
limp.
you mayhaps say he was suspiciously average?
If that's a thing.
We've seen that before.
I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know. Sorta.
And he was just looked like an average person. I mean, it was really, I guess. Yeah, I don't think I would have looked second time for any reason. I mean, but yeah.
Maybe some power made him look that.
Or he was an average person.
Seemed like it.
Well, an average person does not pick up a map from 6 rats, so I think that there definitely is something
Much
going
too
on.
I have
lots of
known
that.
circus performers to have trained ferrets and the like, so it could be
Where
possible.
were the map coming from?
Bonifest tent.
Okay, that's a lot more suspicious.
All right.
All right, I thought you just meant like a map from like, I don't know, a cartographer's store or something.
All this
Oh,
trouble
sorry,
we
I
sent
thought it
you
was
through today
obvious.
to make-
Sorry.
all this trouble we sent you through today to make it look more like robbery, and he's actually being robbed by rats.
Yeah.
Also,
They had
that is
also-
hilarious.
That is
Done a lot of things. Like the bed sheets were gone. I mean, they were decent quality, I guess, but and like the pillows were like eaten through, probably by rats.
Well, that
Okay.
at least saves suspicion from us, I guess, so that's useful.
So
The
who
only
is
thing that
accidentally
worries-
covering up our tracks?
Sounds like we have a
That-
guardian angel, maybe.
Only thing that worries me a
Something more
little
nefarious.
bit is the first time I was there was also a rat.
But just the one.
The one.
Okay, what was this
And
rat
I
doing?
think it was an apple it found, right? Like a
Who's
piece of
to
apple or
say
something?
a rat wasn't just getting an apple?
Nothing. I didn't think any of it then. I just waited until it went away and then I changed back into me.
Also,
But
do rats
now it-
eat apples?
Doesn't rats
I
eat
do think
everything?
rats eat just about anything.
Fair enough. All right, so yeah, it could have been possible that that was just a rat eating an apple. Whereas if you say 6 rats took a map, that's a little bit more specific.
Yeah.
Unless, did you recognize any of the 6 rats? I know that's an odd question. That's an odd. Never mind.
I didn't, did I?
No,
No.
you weren't. Then
It's
again, you
just
weren't
rats.
exactly looking at each individual rat, going, "Is that Tommy from last night?" You know.
Oh, so
No.
meta, we have discerned the name of one of the rats is Tommy.
No, that's just the DM's just saying a name. All right.
I'm aware.
The only named
Where-
creatures we know about are Batu, Canis, and the bats.
Yeah, that is, one of the bats was a dig, but I forget which one.
Oh, yes, we knew 2 names actually of the bat.
Jimmy? Was it Jimmy or
Kothar,
Jeff? It started with a
Jeff,
J.
Jeff was
No.
a dig. Yeah, Jeff was a dig, and Jeff's dead now, so.
Oh, maybe it was Jeff that was the dick, yeah. Sutu was the friend.
Yeah.
One.
Yep.
Did-
You
where
haven't
did
seen
that
him in a
person
while.
go?
Sorry, what did you say, Ozzy?
Where did the person go? With the map?
To a trading emporium. They sell spices and the like.
Do I
Down
know
by
which-
Rose Road, I don't fucking know what strange thing
Via
they call it.
Dolorosa.
in which quarter?
It's in the Muslim Quarter.
Yeah, but my character asks.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, she will describe it. I sent Rafik to look.
So at the enemy quarter, do you think that he might have spotted you? Or how did you see him?
I was flying.
Well, if he didn't spot you, and it's hard to spot a bird during the night, I guess.
Well, unless it's
I mean-
skylighted. You know,
Yeah.
the moon is a thing, darling, and I'm sorry to say it, but I would notice if something was constantly circling around me.
Sure, but it's not like I was doing a meter loop.
And I guess you were pretty high up as well.
Yeah. I mean, it's possible that he saw me.
Don't
He
birds of
didn't.
prey usually fly over fields searching for prey?
It would make sense that someone for the Muslim quarter used their powers in order to get any plans they could from Boniface's tent in order to get some information.
Why now, though?
The thing is also that it was things that was just lying out in the open. I would assume those are things that doesn't really matter to Boniface.
I mean, unless you're an idiot.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, if he used the map, maybe the map can be used for some, I don't know, magic things. These occult things.
I don't know.
Could maybe ask Mara what you could do with something like that.
Is Mara the only contact we have for magic?
Well, it's the best one now. I mean, it can be Auspex power as well. I mean, you can know the history of someone that used it, and I mean that's fairly common, I guess.
Okay, but knowing the history of the fact that Boniface used it doesn't really tell you much.
No, but it can know the last time it was used. Maybe I don't exactly know the extent what the Auspex can. I don't have that myself, but I've read that you can gain a lot of information if you get items that the others have owned or are particularly bound to. That's why it's so important never to leave anything behind if you are in a, well, if you do something at somewhere.
Makes sense. Well, I suppose then that means that we all have a bit of investigating to do.
Yes. Talking about that, does you know anyone with a high Auspex power?
Not in this city, but I can reach out, send a letter. It'll probably take about 4 days to get to my contact, and vice versa, 4 days for them to get here.
I was thinking I have it for 8 days is a bit too far, but if we wanted to pay Habiba a visit, we have her daggers. They have probably been at all our hidden locations.
Fair.
Could be a way, but I don't know anyone that actually has this power that I trust.
I'm not good enough at it.
Cass, you wouldn't happen to be able to, I don't know.
I'm so close to. Oh, I'm so close. Just 2 more XP and I can get the 3rd phase sight, but I'm not there yet. So Cass just shrugs. Not that I'm aware of.
We could
Maybe a
try.
bit of experimentation in the future.
I don't know what I can and can't do, but I'm game for experimenting.
You can try it. You can try see what you can feel when you are touching her things.
Would that make it more complicated for anyone who wants to try in the future, though? That's the only thing I'm worried about. I don't want to muddle it up.
I don't know that specific, so maybe it will. You have more items. Maybe we'll experiment with one of them.
With other ones, yes. Maybe something slightly less important, but still of importance. Perhaps an article of clothing or something along that clothing you walked in with the other day.
Yeah, that is the same. Yeah, that outfit and the things that she had on her.
That perhaps might
Might be.
work.
Maybe.
Hmm.
It might show the event where I fought her, so because that might have been important for her, I guess.
Interesting. Yes, there is a modicum of experimentations that I think we should do with finding out exactly what your boundaries are, Cass. Hmm. Well,
Yeah.
I hope everyone's enjoyed their meals. But unfortunately, I do have a meeting that I have to get to with the prince.
Right. Well, I have a lot of things to do as well, I guess. I should
We all
show
do.
you my prisoners and at the brewery sometime.
Soon. Perhaps tomorrow night.
Maybe, yes. I have something I want to show you as well. Maybe that can wait till tomorrow as well.
Very well. All right, lovelies. Unfortunately, I have to run, and she gets up and brushes herself off. Doesn't realize that she has a small little stain from some food earlier on her dress. Well, toodaloo.
So
Yes.
just she's gonna clean it and get to it. She can't let her go and see a prince like that. No.
Much appreciated. Much appreciated. Oh, wow. All right. I mean, it was good. Thank you. All right.
Thank you.
And with that, she will leave. In the meantime, what are your plans?
Sandra, I think, might want to walk around and experiment with some of her powers and get a lay of the land a bit. So, unless anybody particularly wants Cassandra, I think she'll be off on her own way for a little bit.
Before you get up, Jala will mention I've patrolled our territory for a bit, which is why I was away for so long. Someone's painting murals on the border between our territory and Mara's. This wouldn't be anything particularly special, but I suggest you go and have a look at them yourself and sort of make your own judgment on whether or not this might be something we should look more into.
Yes. so I
Did
need
you
to
see
have-
who was painting them?
I've been sitting on the roof there waiting for a while to see anyone showing up, but I didn't. Thing is, some of the subject material seems to be suggesting perhaps a bit too much. That might involve our dealings.
Could it be the priest?
Sorry?
Could it be the priest?
I wish it were. It would be funny. It would also make me help me know where to look for him.
Things becoming public art, becoming public gossip, coming into folklore, will model up things for people. That might not necessarily be a bad thing.
What I am thinking is that I should talk to Fatma about the Bishop of Duron and to get more information on him at the very least, so we might actually have a step and a plan at the ready.
Mhm.
I would like to be as close as possible if I do this. As in, it doesn't matter if he's further away, but the further away he gets, the more difficult it becomes. And the closer I am, the more chance I have of success at this.
Of course.
Well, you know what I think about it already. I won't repeat. I will actually go and speak tomorrow, and I can pass by and look at the murals at the same time. I also want to get a hold of someone who can read Babylonian. And I want to talk to Kothar, Adam, Marcus, or Brother Renard. As
Wasn't
Adam
it
and
going to be
Marcus.
too suspicious if we asked around about that, the Babylonian?
Yeah, I don't want to
Yeah.
go around and ask around about it. That's the problem.
Hmm.
But I still want to find someone.
No harm asking Bart first.
What did you say?
I'll
asking.
No
Kothar.
harm asking Bart first, yeah.
Yeah. And
I'll write out the note as well, word by word in. Or maybe that's stupid, actually. Never mind.
yeah, I think I just have this gut feeling for what I heard about the dung gate. I think there's something very important for us there. No one knows what it is. And you need a guide to get through that area. So I am thinking of trying to get a hold of one of the people that can go through there and maybe see. Kothar would be most logical as he has a library. Maybe I can exchange some favors in order to get hold of the library and at the same time get closer to whatever it's happening at the dung gate.
Hmm.
That's a place that makes you confused.
Yes, and you can get lost. It's apparently something called metaphorically a labyrinth. Closer you get, the more confused you get, and you need to be able to navigate there, apparently.
Everybody else occult checks. Everybody else occult checks. Difficulty 8.
Intelligence.
I give it.
Can't do
Intelligence
heart
occult,
wisdom?
correct.
Oh.
Look at your DMs.
Fuck's sake. Yeah, 2 1s in there because I had 2 9s as well. Like, I hate 1s.
That was not the fate, so 0.
Okay, all right.
Oh, what was it? Sorry? Difficulty 8.
Yeah, difficulty 8.
So you didn't get any.
0.
All right.
All right. So, and I already know about Cass. So, yeah, you guys are just like, you guys wouldn't even know about labyrinths in mythology at the least. Yeah.
And well, as I told Cassandra earlier, the Athenian herbs have been gathered, and also barley books that we can look through to try to find journals, basically, trying to find out what we can. And we need to get the black rose from Canis. And then we have everything we need to make a trade.
Glad to have one thing checked off our list, pretty much.
That is good.
Thank you.
All right. Yeah.
Meet up
On my-
tomorrow night at the Painted Lady.
Yeah, hopefully, if you get hold of Canis. And the party is in 2 nights, right?
Yes.
Yes. yes,
Mark?
yes.
Yes.
And I have to also talk to my ghoul that was at this meeting at the Citadel. I haven't seen him in a long while. And he probably don't even know where I have been. And then I need to test which warriors of those in the brewery that actually can fight, and then start working on that, I guess.
So,
As she tells the plan to her party members and also informs the DM of everything.
yep, everything that he has to get ready. Okay, gotcha.
I can add one thing to the DM that she doesn't say to the party. She will try to find out about Simokata, the name, if there is any relatives to Alexis, and if it can be traced to someone called Yes.
Okay. All right. What will be your method of research for that?
I will first go to the library of Mara to see if she has anything on like family trees and stuff like that.
Yeah, we'll bring that up in the Mara discussion. Very well.
Yeah.
All right. So,
Seraphina's soul will also be discussed with Mara, and if she can maybe help healing my wounds.
okay. Plans laid out. everyone goes ahead and I assume stands, goes about their business for the night. That is where we are going to call this session for this episode of Children of the Cup. We want to thank you all so much for being here. We greatly appreciate each and every one of you. And we hope to see you guys next time. I do want to go ahead and give a quick apology. There was a small gap of time where I was accidentally muted on the OBS. But I know about it. Sorry. Whoops. And other than that, oh boy, some stuff's about to happen. Adios!